You know how to use this? Yes. Yeah, I don't know how to use it. Okay, all right. Okay. Ooh. Well, I've got your attention now. So you're all very welcome to the 20th Annual Theodore Roosevelt Center Symposium. So, yeah. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Mike Cullinane. I'm the Walton Chair of Theodore Roosevelt Studies here at Dickinson State University. You do not have to applaud every time I say something. But if you do, I won't complain either. Okay, I have basically, this is like a wedding, the start of a wedding speech, and I'm sorry for how long it is, but there are a ton of people that I want to thank for this event, and I'm going to start with the TR Center staff and crew, my colleague and co-conspirator, that's actually co-director, but Eric Johnson over there. The TR Center's social media genius and celebrity, William Hansard, Dr. William Hansard. Our tireless cataloger, Gemma Kuntz. Where are you, Gemma? There we go, Gemma. And the most recent addition to the team, our cataloger and archivist, Ali Hecht. So if during the course of today's and tomorrow's and Saturday's events, you have any questions, these are the 4 people you want to talk to. Not me. Stay away from me. Ask them. They are the experts. They're the ones who do all of the work in the center, and I'm going to talk about some of the other things that they do, including the new exhibit that's on as well. But events like these require quite a bit of planning, and these 4 have been assisted by a number of people within the DSU community. So I want to take some time to thank President Scott Molander, who was just invested last night as our 12th president of the university. There are 2 other people that have been the backbone of the TR Center's leadership, and that's Vice President Holly Grulke and Executive Director of the DSU Heritage Foundation, Ty Orton. And I don't see all of them here today, but they will be here around over the course of events, and they've been really instrumental in making the center a success over the last few years. The other people are Michelle Orton in the back, who's standing there looking surprised that I'm mentioning her, but Michelle is the head of the Theodore Roosevelt Honors Leadership Program, and it's those students from that program who I would like to thank as well, but they're almost too numerous to name, who will be serving you at dinner, giving you your cocktail at the social hour, and they'll be also ushering you around, doing your registrations. Please, if you see them, thank them. They're doing this selflessly, and Michelle tirelessly works with them all throughout the year. Also, I want to thank Matt Briney, who's here in the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library. The streaming service that we will see tonight is thanks to them. They funded and sponsor it for the last couple of years, and we're hoping that they will continue to fund it into the future. So thanks very much to the TRPL. And a round of applause to all of our speakers and guests and visitors. Before I get into this, I just want to say that this is the 20th Annual Symposium. I'm going to talk a lot about anniversaries today as well. And I don't know if Lee and Deanna Vickers are in the audience here today. They will be at some stage tonight for the dinner. But Lee and Deanna Vickers, the former president of Dickinson State University, and his spouse, 20 years ago, came up with this idea for this TR Center. And I really wanted us to give them a rousing applause. But if they're here at dinner later on, we will have to do this all over again, because it's really down to them that the center exists. And they've come back to the university. They haven't been to a TR Center event in a couple of years. So I'm really looking forward to welcoming them back. Okay, so today's theme, or the theme of the entire event, is the Navy. And again, we've got an anniversary because this year we're looking at the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Navy. The Navy was absolutely central to Theodore Roosevelt's life. He staked his academic career on it. The first book that he ever published, the first major book, important book that he ever published, was The Naval War of 1812, and that began during his college years at Harvard University. And as we're going to hear, his family had close connections to the Navy, probably none as important as his uncles, the Bullocks, who were in the Confederate Navy, which, if you've read about the Confederate Navy, is one of the most innovative navies of the 19th century, despite being on the wrong side of history. As a lifelong advocate of naval strength and of ship construction, it should come as no surprise that Roosevelt's short stint as Assistant Secretary of the Navy really set some important things in motion, not least of which was a telegram that he sent to Commodore Dewey, telling Dewey to stay cold. And that telegram is essential for the Battle of Manila, where Dewey's fleet wins in a bloodless victory. Well, bloodless for the Americans, I should say, anyway. The Spanish fleet is destroyed in Manila Harbor, and the preparedness is very much down to Theodore Roosevelt's foresight. Now, the only drawback I'd say is that when the Spanish-American War started, Theodore Roosevelt decided to join the army, but then none of us are perfect, right? I mean, it does set up some interesting scenarios, though, for Army-Navy games that I think we need to talk more about football and what side we might be on with that. But as president, Roosevelt continued to push for more ships and more ship construction as well, and technologies as well. He reformed the Navy personnel promotion schemes so that senior officers were not privileged over more insightful or officers with more merit. And then, of course, there's the Panama Canal, which we're going to hear some about during this week, and the global sailing of the Great White Fleet, which I will mention in my own presentation today. I just wanted to point out, for those of you that don't know it, the Navy has commemorated Roosevelt by making Navy Day the day of Theodore Roosevelt's birthday. So I know some of you know that, and that's obvious, but I want to impart to you the importance of that as a legacy, because the Navy was not founded on October 27th. It was founded on October 13th. It would have been really easy to have their birthday, Navy Day, October 13th, but they decided instead to have it as Theodore Roosevelt's birthday, as a lasting reminder of his importance to the force, and I think it's a fitting tribute as well. Okay, so speaking of birthdays, the Navy's birthday is 250 this year. Before the signing of the Declaration of Independence, the Continental Navy was founded. It was, by all accounts, and I'm not saying this to be mean, but a rather ragtag bunch of merchant ships back then. And I don't think I'm speaking out of turn. I'm looking at all the admirals in the room thinking, am I going to get away with this? But by the time Theodore Roosevelt leaves the White House, it has become a global powerhouse. And really, the United States is a two-ocean Navy after Roosevelt, and that's important for so many reasons during the 20th century. Roosevelt had used the Navy as the big stick to negotiate a settlement for small states in the Western Hemisphere. He used it as a threat to European powers in North Africa to settle their disputes there, and as the guarantee for economic access to all nations in the Far East to do business and commerce in the Far East. And speaking about the big stick, we are joined this week with members, former commanding officers of the USS Theodore Roosevelt, better known by its call signal as the Big Stick. But as we're going to find out, that wasn't the original call sign for the ship, and that's something to hang on to for tomorrow. The ship was commissioned in the 1980s, and it has recently celebrated its 40th year anniversary, which I think when you convert that into aircraft carrier years means the ship is like 100 years old in reality, isn't it? It's a long time for a ship, 40 years, and I think it's going to be around for longer still. The ship itself has a rich history, and I encourage you to pull aside a former commanding officer. There are 8 in the room, so pull them aside, ask them for sea stories. They have so many, and they have so little time to tell them. And they're like fisherman stories. They get bigger the more you talk to them. So spend some time with the commanding officer over the course of the weekend. It's not the weekend, but the next few days. Okay, finally, the symposium's field trip is going to be on Saturday, and we will visit the soon-to-be-open Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, which I know we're all very excited about. We have a site visit there, a site visit where we get to view the building, at least anyway, along with some ranger-led activities at TR National Park. But before we do that, and I really want to emphasize the importance of this, we'll be opening the Fisher Gallery exhibit, TR and the Navy. And that is down to the hard work of the Theodore Roosevelt Center's staff. And it's an incredible gallery. I think you'll find some of it very personally inspiring. Mackie Christensen, a spouse of Rabbit Christensen, a former CO of the USSTR, donated a quilt, which is the centerpiece, but there's a number of other collections that we have at the TRC that are represented in the exhibit, and I think you'll enjoy it very much. So, in short, we are celebrating 20 in style, and to kick things off, I want to introduce my friend and colleague, Ryan Swanson. Dr. Ryan Swanson is professor of history at New Mexico University and the author of The Strenuous Life, Theodore Roosevelt and the Making of the American Athlete. Over to you, Ryan.
Okay, welcome everybody. I'm the moderator for our first panel, and I must say we are starting off with a bang. We have two prolific, world-renowned scholars of Theodore Roosevelt and the Theodore Roosevelt era right here sitting in front of us. So let me tell you a little bit about each of them, and then we'll turn over the time to them to share with us, and then we'll have some question and answer after that. So Dr. Stacy Cordery is here. She is a professor at Iowa State University. She is a longtime friend of the TR Center, to put it mildly. She's the author of many books. I won't tell you all of them, but I'd encourage you to look them up. But just to kind of give you a flavor of the kind of work she does, let me mention two. She had one book to mention is called Alice. Alice Roosevelt Longworth, From White House Princess to Washington Power Broker. This was a widely selling book, a New York Times notable book, a great read on the amazing person that was Alice. And then just released her most recent book is Becoming Elizabeth Arden, the woman behind the global brand. A really wonderful read as well. So she'll lead us off, and then she'll be followed by Mike, who you just heard from. Dr. Michael Patrick Cullinane is the Loman Walton Chair of Theodore Roosevelt Studies here at DSU. He too is the author of many books. Let me mention just two to give you a flavor of his work. First of all, he wrote, or not the first of his books, but let me mention this one first, Theodore Roosevelt's Ghost, The History and Memory of an American Icon. Really significant in the world of TR studies. And then, pre-order now. He has a book coming, Theodore Roosevelt and the Tennis Cabinet, which is about Roosevelt's advisors and relationships. And so a really great book there. So what we're going to do is we're going to hear from each of them. Then we're going to have time for questions. And so please join me in welcoming our first two speakers for this year's symposium.
Good afternoon, everyone. Aw, thanks. I am pleased as punch to be back in North Dakota, a state I've been in love with now for almost 2 full decades. And I'm very glad to be here under the aegis of the Theodore Roosevelt Center and Dickinson State University. The good people at these institutions do amazing and underappreciated work, and I am proud to have been associated with both of them for many years now. So thanks for having me back. Thank you to President Scott Molander, to Eric Johnston and Mike Cullinane for the invitation, to Ryan Swanson for that kind introduction, and to everyone who worked behind the scenes to bring me and all the speakers here. It's a difficult job and no one ever knows all that, but thank you. And finally, thanks to all of you for coming. It is a great joy to me to see so many of you whom I know. It's wonderful. Well, all right. This is first daughter, Alice Roosevelt, age 20, approximately 1905. She was the biggest female celebrity in the country, well known for her well-knownness, as one scholar defines celebrity. In an era before women could vote or serve on juries, when polite society insisted upon chaperones, strict codes of behavior, and no public displays of, well, anything by young women, Alice Roosevelt was a megastar. Alice personified and certainly helped to create the zeitgeist of the new century. Her actions made possible new opportunities for young people, and for women, she opened doors. Slender, stylish, a Gibson girl come to life, Alice was also smart, she was fun, and she stayed just this side of propriety while charmingly embodying the rebellious streak that runs so deeply in the American psyche. Alice sailed into the White House as front page news, starting with her January 1902 debutante ball, which introduced her to the nation. Soon after, she rocketed to international fame when she christened an American-built ship of Germany's Kaiser Wilhelm. To the great delight of many Americans, Alice broke gendered taboos. It looked, especially to youth, like she was shrugging off stifling old rules. Alice drove a red convertible speedster when women weren't supposed to drive, and she drove unchaperoned. She bet at the horse races and won. She played the man's game of poker and not the ladies' game of bridge, and then she bragged about her winnings at the poker table. She wasn't much of a drinker, but she did carry small bottles of alcohol in her elbow-length gloves to hand them to grateful dinner companions at dry dinners. In her purse, she carried a copy of the United States Constitution, a cunning little pocket pistol, and a green garter snake. And when those dinner parties needed livening up, she would open her purse and let the snake slither down the table. She was known as America's Princess Alice. Songs were written about her. Babies were named after her. People clamored for her autograph and her photograph. Crowds of hundreds and then thousands appeared wherever she went. The steel gray-blue color of her eyes became known as Alice Blue, and it was instantly the fashion sensation. She appeared on postcards, across the pond on French chocolate cards, and far too frequently for her parents' comfort in the newspapers. Because this was a time when a woman's name appropriately appeared in the newspapers only twice, at her marriage and at her death. Alice drove her parents crazy. When Theodore thundered, "Alice, I forbid you to smoke under my roof," she said, "That's all right, Father," and she climbed up top of the White House to smoke on top of his roof. Her best friends were the offspring of the uber-rich malefactors of great wealth whom TR decried. Alice hung out in Newport with Vanderbilts and Rockefellers. The optics were not good. She was the first Roosevelt to go down in a submarine before her father, the commander-in-chief. Alice's antics took up more column inches than all the rest of the Roosevelts except the president. She was willful, self-centered, as all 20-year-olds are, adventurous, and mischievous. She was, after all, the child of whom Theodore Roosevelt said, "I can be president of the United States or I can attend to Alice. I cannot possibly do both." But Alice was a chip off the old block. Her incisive intelligence, her strong will, her sense of adventure, and her love of publicity came straight from her father. As she said of him, TR always had to be the baby at every christening, the bride at every wedding, and the corpse at every funeral. Now, Alice presented her father with a quandary. He knew that his daughter was a phenom, famous far beyond the United States and beloved by all sorts of voters. Putting her celebrity status to use was part of what historian Louis L. Gould called TR's personalized presidency. Quote, employing his family as a means of placing his personal social values before his fellow citizens. Close quote. TR knew that his children helped to humanize him and make him seem more approachable. That was good. On the other hand, Alice's actions did anger some Americans and concerned others who thought that a father who could not control his own daughter was bound to be an incompetent president. And maybe, just maybe, TR didn't love the competition for the spotlight. What to do about Alice? TR's solution to that quandary will address a question that all of you have been secretly asking yourself since I stood up here. What in the world does Alice Roosevelt have to do with the United States Navy? Well, the answer is a little bit roundabout. TR did decide to capitalize on Alice's celebrity status. And in 1905, he sent Alice out beyond American borders as his goodwill ambassador. She was the first daughter to serve in that capacity, and she was brilliant at it. This is an example of what historian Raymond Estes called TR's personal diplomacy. Roosevelt deployed his daughter as his personal representative on a multi-nation tour on behalf of his foreign policy. Foreign leaders understood that honoring the president's surrogate meant honoring the president himself. After all, Alice wasn't just some flunky like, the vice president. She was his actual daughter. And while she would not take part in any official negotiations, Alice would employ what we might call a receiving line diplomacy, along the lines of what political scientist Joseph Nye famously called soft power, or the ability to get what you want through attraction rather than coercion. Now, Alice had recently returned from Puerto Rico, and when she came back, Roosevelt wrote her, "Your visit was a good thing in more ways than one. You were of real service down there because you made those people feel that you liked them and took an interest in them, and your presence was accepted as a great compliment." So, TR decided to send his daughter out on another mission. From the end of June through late October 1905, Alice went to Japan, the Philippines, China, Korea, and Hong Kong, which was then a British protectorate, all of which were important to Roosevelt's vision for an America he was readying to play a larger role in global events. Whether he was seeking United States influence, markets, raw materials, or military bases, the only way to reach all those places was by sea. There was no Air Force. The United States Navy was the key to everything. And the diplomacy that smoothed the way for the Navy to sail unhindered, President Roosevelt entrusted, at least to some degree, to the soft power abilities of his first daughter. So the backdrop for this is the Russo-Japanese War. Now, Alice knew all about this. In her memoirs, she recounts sitting at dinner with people like Secretary of State John Hay, hearing discussions of the war, the peace movement, and the steps that led to Japan asking President Roosevelt to mediate. She was fully informed as to the situation in the countries where her father sent her. Russia and Japan had been fighting chiefly about territory. Russia wanted to expand into Asia, and Japan didn't want that. Both countries were also vying for greater influence and prestige in the area. What President Roosevelt wanted was to see a balance of power in that part of the world, especially as it concerned the occupation of Manchuria by the Russians. So Manchuria, in pink on this map, is located in the northeast part of China and the far eastern part of Russia. And Russia, before the war began, had 50,000 boots on the ground there. President Roosevelt hoped to maintain the open door policy for trade in China, which was a weak country then. And he initially feared an overly strong Russia. But by the end of the war, he was fearing an overly strong Japan. But whatever happened, however this shook out, TR knew that it would fall to the United States Navy to protect American interests in Asia. And keeping the sea lanes open to American ships was imperative. Better to speak softly, with soft powers, if you will, while sailing big ships. Even though Japan seemed to be in the stronger position militarily, it could not land the decisive blow. So Japanese leaders asked Roosevelt to broker a peace, and he was happy to do that. In August of 1905, then, peace talks got underway in and around Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Thanks in part to Roosevelt's negotiating skills, they did reach an agreement. Russia, in the weaker position, surrendered its rights to an important seaport and to some disputed territory, and agreed that Korea fell within Japan's sphere of influence, but held firm in its insistence that it would not pay an indemnity to Japan. It was a compromise treaty. Neither country was wholly happy about the terms. Japan especially felt that it should have gotten more in the Treaty of Portsmouth, even though Japan had control of Korea and a fair bit of southern Manchuria, including that important port city, Port Arthur. It felt keenly the lack of that Russian indemnity. Nevertheless, the Treaty of Portsmouth was signed on the 5th of September, 1905. So, as the president toiled to bring about American foreign policy goals and broker the peace, he simultaneously opened, shall we say, a second diplomatic front by sending Alice and his Secretary of War, William Howard Taft, to Asia. That's Taft in the middle of that picture, and Alice is sitting right in front of him in the shirtwaist or the blouse with the tie. Plus, of course, they sent chaperones for Alice, friends for Alice, congressmen, congressional wives went along as well, about 80 people in total. Ostensibly, this was to be an inspection tour of the Philippines, an American protectorate where Taft had served as the first civilian governor general. Alice was so ready for this adventure. She couldn't wait to go. The party left Washington, D.C. on July 1st, traveled by train across the country to San Francisco, where 7 days later, they sailed for Hawaii on the Manchuria. Along the way, Alice hosted a tea for congressional wives, something she got very good at doing on this trip. Once in Hawaii, they toured a sugar plantation and refinery. They went swimming and surf riding, and Alice met with local leaders. Back on board the Manchuria, they sailed for 10 days, reaching Yokohama, Japan on the 24th, where they were met by Lloyd Griscom, the American minister to Tokyo. Our journey to that city, Griscom crowed, was a triumph. Japanese citizens lined the roads, waving American flags and cheering for Alice, who loved it all. They dined that night with the Prime Minister of Japan, and that began a slew of official entertaining. Alice wrote TR that, quote, "We have seen geisha dancing, wrestling, jujitsu, fencing." There we go. Geisha dancing, wrestling, jujitsu, fencing, and acting, close quote. There were lunches and receptions with Japanese royalty, dinners with businessmen, lunch with the Minister of War, and standing in reception lines next to princesses and princes. A Belgian diplomat recorded, quote, "The daughter of the American president was paid homage next to and on the same level as the princesses Fushimi and Hashimi." Alice presided over a table with more Japanese royals, and in her memoirs, she recalled, "All the Japanese ladies wore big floppy hats and carried parasols. We looked like a lightly stoned version of the Ascot scene from My Fair Lady." Lloyd Griscom thought that treating Alice like royalty was, for the Japanese, quote, "an unparalleled opportunity to cultivate American goodwill," close quote, because the peace talks were ongoing then. And that is how Alice came to meet the Mikado, the Japanese emperor. He gave a luncheon in her honor. She toured his private garden. And this was about the time that Secretary Taft met with the emperor to discuss Korea, the Philippines, and the peace process. From Tokyo, the Americans traveled to Kyoto and then to Kobe. All the while, Alice was on display. She met with local and national leaders, toured schools and hospitals, visited women's clubs, and donned the Japanese national costume, as she called it, to please her hosts. One of Griscom's staff wrote, quote, "Miss Roosevelt did her part very well and made a big hit with both Japanese and foreigners. I never saw the Japanese crowds loosen in the manner they did this time. Wild cheers and great crowds everywhere," close quote. On the 1st of August, they left Nagasaki for Taft's inspection tour of the Philippines. A week in Manila entailed the now familiar round of receptions, banquets, speeches, balls, information gathering side trips, and receiving lines. There was a big naval parade in their honor. Later, at the Malacanang Palace, 10,000 people marched past the reviewing stand where, Alice wrote her parents, she, quote, "stood for hours with the governor and his wife and Mr. Taft, all of us literally dripping while we shook hands with the hundreds of guests." Secretary Taft knew that Roosevelt wanted to use Alice, quote, "to show the people of the islands his interest in them and his confidence in their hospitality and cordial reception of his daughter," close quote. She spent most of her time in the Philippines in semi-official tasks, including meeting with American servicemen. "The eyes of the whole world are upon her," the Washington Post wrote, "representing, as she does, not only the chief executive of our nation, but the typical American girl." Wherever she went, whatever she did, Alice was front page news. Indeed, the Post noted slyly, quote, "It is a little trying on the limelight artist to keep a focus on Oyster Bay and Manila at the same time." The delegation left the Philippines on August 31st and reached Hong Kong 3 days later. Now in Canton, there was strong anti-American sentiment, and a Chinese boycott of American goods was underway that threatened United States trade and worried President Roosevelt. But Alice wanted to experience this. Canton was plastered with this poster. It was aimed at rickshaw drivers, exhorting them not to transport Alice or any of the other Americans. But Alice's visit helped to end this boycott. Her presence caused a split in the ranks of the organizers. Some argued for increasing their visibility while the American press was present to report it. Others thought they would gain their demands more quickly if they ignored the first daughter. The United States foreign minister took advantage of this disagreement and mediated an end to the boycott. And Alice, being Alice, made sure that she brought one of these posters home. She framed it. She hung it on the wall of her house. It stayed there till the day she died, and I've seen it myself hanging on her granddaughter's wall. Well, to calm the diplomatic waters, President Roosevelt sent his daughter to visit the formidable Dowager Empress of China, Cixi. Alice had the great honor of staying overnight at the Empress's summer palace. Everybody else had to get up before dawn to drive out there to Peking from Peking at dawn. She had a formal audience with the Empress and then was given a tour of the royal gardens while seated in a royal sedan chair held aloft by bearers. Everyone else had to walk. Despite this undemocratic behavior, the American press coverage continued to be extremely positive. And the rest of her time in China, Alice spent entertaining diplomats and high-ranking Chinese so that her only complaint was not enough time for sightseeing. The Americans traveled then on the battleship Ohio to reach their next stop on this lengthy goodwill tour, Korea. Korea's fate then was to be handed over to Japan in the Treaty of Portsmouth. The Korean emperor did everything in his power to prevent this, including, as one American official put it then, treating Alice and her party, quote, with more consideration than has ever been shown visiting royalty before. The Koreans are looking for straws just now, and the Roosevelt trip looked like a life preserver, close quote. It was not. The Taft party was there for 10 days of official entertaining, but Korea lost its independence. On the 5th of October, the party returned to Japan, where the feeling was not so warm anymore. The treaty had been signed a month earlier, and the Japanese, as I said at the top of this talk, believed they should have gotten more from the negotiations. Anti-American sentiment boiled over into anti-American riots. Alice said, quote, I have never seen a more complete change. She and the other women of the party were given police escorts and advised to tell anyone who asked that they were English. On October 13th, the party left Japan, sailing for the 10 days back to San Francisco on the SS Siberia. President Roosevelt was pleased about and proud of his daughter and the way she conducted herself as his representative. Now, what's the significance of all this? Well, the trip was indeed an example of TR's personal diplomacy. Alice Roosevelt was the first daughter ever to serve as a presidential goodwill ambassador. Was she successful? Yes, she was. The Chicago Record-Herald said, Alice did much to cement the friendship between the United States and foreign countries. A Japanese newspaper thought that her visit was one of the happy preliminaries of a peace so swiftly concluded. So while TR negotiated the official peace treaty, Alice and Taft employed soft power at every official, semi-official, and social event, thus helping to do the important diplomatic work that TR said, quote, redounds to the interest and the honor of us all, thus helping TR to achieve a successful peace treaty. The results? Well, the Treaty of Portsmouth and Alice's tour did help to heighten the United States' prestige globally. As I'm sure all of you here know, it also earned for Roosevelt the Nobel Peace Prize. Alice's role did help to loosen gender stereotypes at the beginning of the new century, and the goodwill tour and all of the glad handing, all the receiving lines, all the soft power helped to maintain an open and safe Pacific for the United States Navy, which Roosevelt called, quote, our surest guarantee of peace and the cheapest insurance against war. Thank you very much. Thanks.
I know, just like that. I was warming, I didn't realize I was warming Stacy up, really, and now I'm back and I've got to follow in your footsteps, so thanks a lot. And also, Stacy has just so eloquently talked about the power of females in a diplomatic role in the shaping of the global order. And I'm about to talk to you completely about men. So I'm out of step entirely.
Go Team TR Center.
Yeah. Okay, I'm also here. I didn't want to be here. I mean, I wanted to be here for this event, but I didn't want to be speaking to you twice in one night because you're going to be sick to death of me. But unfortunately, we had one of the speakers for today had to pull out, and so I'm filling in for him. And I am not a naval historian. The person that was supposed to be here had just written a 800-page book on Admiral King and was going to regale you with stories about how the Pacific Fleet really started with TR, and I'm hyper aware that there are a number of naval experts in the room, even someone who's writing a book on Captain Alfred Thayer Mahan right now. And I'm going to talk about Mahan briefly. So the fear is real. But here I am. So, right, the Navy Department, let's see if this works. Yes. The Navy Department during TR's time as president had a revolving door. And what I mean by that is that there were 6 secretaries of the Navy during his 7-year stint. And the first one is pictured there on the left. That's John D. Long. John D. Long is probably more famous for being TR's boss for a short while he was Assistant Secretary of the Navy. And they famously did not get along, and they didn't really agree on anything. They argued about investment, development of technology, personnel. They most importantly disagreed about the Navy's level of preparedness, or necessary level of preparedness. So when Long is away from the office, Assistant Secretary of the Navy Theodore Roosevelt takes decisions on his own and often is impetuous in those decisions that he didn't pass by his boss. And when his boss returns to the office, finds out that things have happened in his absence that he wasn't expecting. I mentioned the most famous one of those things, which is the telegram that he sends to George Dewey, telling him while he's in Hong Kong to stay cold. Coal is in the fuel, not cold as in freezing. But and that keeps Dewey prepared for what will eventually be the Battle of Manila. To Long, what that proved is that Roosevelt would take decisions without any advice and that he was unadvisable. Years later, Roosevelt would say about Long that he was wholly unfit to be the Secretary of the Navy because he confused preparedness with militarism. So when McKinley is assassinated and Roosevelt comes to office, Long can read the writing on the wall. They don't get along. He resigns shortly thereafter. And Roosevelt fills the position with the next man on the sort of sepia-toned image there. That's William Henry Moody. Moody is a great friend of Roosevelt's, not from the outset. Moody is a Massachusetts politician. And what he was capable of doing was winning over Congress people. He's a former congressman himself. He's a lawyer, and he's adept at basically getting naval bills through Congress. That's what Roosevelt wants him for. He's got no understanding of what the Navy really does, about technology, about ship design. None of that is in his wheelhouse. But what he is exceptionally good at is getting money for ships to get built. And that's why Roosevelt wants him in that job. Now, because Moody is so good at getting bills through Congress and because he is such a good lawyer, Roosevelt decides that he needs to promote him to Attorney General. And that happens in 1904, just before the election. And filling the post of Secretary of the Navy is the next man in the middle there, the shortest lived during Roosevelt's tenure. That's Paul Morton. Paul Morton is famously the heir of the Morton Salt family. He's also a railroad tycoon. So he's a businessman who also has no real handle on the Navy and what it does and how it operates. But what he is also good at, like Moody, is he knows a lot of Midwestern politicians that can smooth the way for appropriations bills. Moody had to be cajoled by Roosevelt to take the job. He didn't want it. He wanted to stay in business. He has to divest a lot of investments in order to take the job. And so it's very reluctant. Then when he does take the job, he starts to bicker with people in the administration and publicly speak out about TR's trust busting and also his railroad regulations, which he was a railroad magnate, so that makes sense. Luckily for TR, Morton resigns, because if he didn't resign in less than a year, Roosevelt would have kicked him out within a year. So the writing was on the wall for Morton as well, and he hires the next man there, Charles Bonaparte, or Bonaparte. He's actually a descendant of Napoleon Bonaparte. He is better known as the smiling politician. He's from Baltimore. Smiling politician because apparently he could get in fights with people, political battles, and smile, walk away, and still be friends with some of these people afterwards. So this was, again, a decision to get someone in that role who could do good work for appropriations bills, but someone that didn't know anything about the Navy. And when Bonaparte takes over and Morton is ousted, the assistant secretary is also ousted, and Roosevelt did that on purpose. He appoints Bonaparte and seeks to appoint a new assistant secretary of the Navy to take the helm, quite literally, because he has a naval background, and that is this gentleman here. I'll come back to that slide. Now, there's a lot of Navy people in the room, but I would bet that most of you don't know who Truman Handy Newberry is. And his story is really good. There needs to be a biography written about this guy. He actually runs against Henry Ford for Congress in the 1920s. And it's the first lawsuit about campaign finance reform in the modern time. But before that, what's important about Newman is he becomes Assistant Secretary of the Navy under Charles Bonaparte. And he's a seaman, he's a harbor pilot, he founded Michigan's naval militia, and he enjoys talking about the Navy. He's a wonk, you know, he likes to get into the nitty-gritty about ship design, about technology, about personnel management. And so he's a man after TR's heart, because TR was exactly that when he was Assistant Secretary. And he compliments Newberry, saying that he's the best man for the department, which, coming from someone who loved his time as Assistant Secretary, was a massive compliment. So Newberry comes to Washington in November of 1905, and of all of the people that TR had as advisors, just to say the advisors, and Ryan mentioned the book that's coming out in May, the check is in the mail for that, thank you for the plug. The book is called Theodore Roosevelt and the Tennis Cabinet. There's about 35 close advisors that TR has. Of all of them, and they play tennis together. This is, so you have to be athletic, but look at, you know, Newberry. I mean, you can't really tell in that photo, but he takes up about as much space as William Howard Taft does. So he's also not particularly athletic throughout his college career. He never makes crew. He doesn't play any varsity sports, but he can play tennis like nobody else. And he gets invitations like crazy to the White House. He's one of TR's top tennis partners. And at those tennis meetings, questions about naval ship design and personnel management are hammered out. So those tennis court, it doubles as another kind of court, which is like, you know, the imperial court, where they discuss important matters of policy. And the evidence of Newberry's value to the administration came on the very first day he was Assistant Secretary. Bonaparte takes off, goes out of town to accept an award, and for 2 weeks he's left in charge of the department. So it's a baptism by fire. He's there, and he has to make decisions while the secretary is away. And that became more the norm. He takes more responsibility, and he takes more consequential decisions. And when Bonaparte actually leaves for the Justice Department, which happens in about a year's time, there is no person that is more ready to take the job of Secretary of the Navy than Truman Handy Newberry. But he doesn't get it. That guy gets it, Victor Metcalf, who came from the Department of Commerce and Labor, does not want the job, is moved around, but TR feels that he's not ready to give Newberry the job yet, because he's not a big enough name. And, you know, the cabinet, you need to have political figures there. They're going to have some weight with Congress, and Newberry doesn't have it yet. So he gives Victor Metcalf the job, again, has no interest in the Navy, which only empowers Truman Handy Newberry more to make decisions. And the biggest decision for the Navy in 1905, 06, 07 is about ship design, without question. It split naval officers completely down the middle. It was really an internicide in the Navy, a civil war within the Navy over ship design. And the thing that really kicks it off is in 1905, the British launched the ship, the HMS Dreadnought, which is, at that time, was the largest ship. And what made it special was not only was it large and in charge, but it had these massive gun turrets on there, bigger than previously, 12-inch gun turrets, this really high cemented armor belt around it, which even with all the weight, never dipped below the waterline. And by comparison, American ships, the biggest American ships at this time, are 10% smaller than the Dreadnought. And they don't have anywhere near the capabilities of weapons that the Dreadnought has. And to boot, they're slower. The Dreadnought, despite being bigger, could outpace the fastest American battleship at that time by 2 knots. I don't know how many, I don't know what that is in miles, but someone can tell me later. Congress, a lot of Congress people oppose the Dreadnought design. You would think this is a slam dunk, right? Let's fund some ships and get these bigger ships out there. They're bigger and better, but Congress is wary about the construction costs, and so is Alfred Thayer Mahan, who's pictured on the left there. Mahan, we all probably know, right, is one of the most, probably the most influential strategists and thinkers about naval warfare in the 20th century, 19th and 20th century. Mahan believed that the existing class of American battleships were enough, that they met the needs of the country. And so he maintained that a lot of smaller ships would effectively do the job of maintaining American security. And they also, according to Mahan, provided value for money. One dreadnought would cost the same as about 12 smaller ships, not battleships, but destroyers and those sort of size ships. And the loss of a single dreadnought would, according to Mahan, be catastrophic for the American fleet. So this is why he's opposed to it. Now, on the other side of the debate is that man there, at that time, Lieutenant Commander Sims, but of course he would go on to become one of America's most important admirals during World War I. That's Admiral William Sims. Again, Lieutenant Commander at the time, he advocated for the dreadnoughts based on his reading of the future of American or global warfare, naval warfare. While Mahan worried that the loss of a single dreadnought would diminish the fleet, Sims saw the ships as a bulwark against wreckage because their armor was better. The likelihood of them sinking diminished. And their superior weaponry protected them against attacks from other ships as well. So while Mahan complained about big gunships lacking maneuverability in harbors and straits, Sims was thinking about warfare on the open seas. And we know how this all plays out, right? The warfare of the 20th century is not a warfare of straits and harbors, it's a warfare of the open seas. And so we know that the dreadnought design was the right decision. But that's in hindsight. At this time, there is no sense that Mahan is wrong. I mean, Mahan has been right, and he's been the leading thinker in, I mean, he's the head of the Naval War College, right? So he's the authority. And Sims, what they start to brand people like Sims is the insurgents. And they're staking their career on making decisions like this. This is a really difficult choice for Sims to do because if he's not right, his career is effectively over. So Sims takes umbrage with the Navy's management of personnel as well, and that's also important in this debate. I'm not going to get into the weeds about this, but Roosevelt had reformed the Army in the years prior to his election in 1904. And what he did was he made merit-based promotions more possible, right? Which senior or older officers didn't love the idea of because, of course, seniority suited them. But for an innovative Army, you need one that is going to have the best and the brightest at the helm. That didn't happen in the Navy straight away. That took a little bit longer, in part because of the debates that are going on over ship design and the divides there. Roosevelt considered restructuring the Navy at the same time, but he only does so, he only begins that work after he wins the election in 1904 and he has that new mandate to govern. He begins at that stage to appoint insurgents like Lieutenant Commander Sims, who campaigned for these promotions. And Sims begins to work with Assistant Secretary Newberry to complete an overhaul of the Navy's administrative organization. And specifically, he sought to end congressional meddling in personnel appointments or promotions. Now, generally, let me go back real quick. Generally, Roosevelt sided with Mahan. So famously, we hear all the time that TR and Mahan were in lockstep. So this is a story that you mightn't have heard before about TR doing something that was anti-Mahan in a sense. And I think that's an important sort of myth to bust, that, you know, he wasn't, TR was a very advisable president. And he didn't take the same advice from the same person without any due consideration to others that were that were making relevant and possibly righteous arguments. And so I just wanted to mention that about Sims as well. Of course, Captain Mahan is stung by this because he opposed those reforms. But stuck between the two sides, Roosevelt turned to a familiar tactic. He galvanized public opinion. He basically opened it up to the American people. And the best way to do that is with this, the Great White Fleet. So we often think about the fleet as Roosevelt just sending out a bunch of ships, and this is a way to show the world that America's strong, right? And that's fine, that's part of it, right? But there's a calculus with all of these things on domestic politics as well. And this is a story that no one talks about. But part of the reason why the Great White Fleet is sent out around the world is to quell the insurgency within America's Navy. So before the Great White Fleet goes out, no one is talking about ship design. I mean, the Navy is, right, internally. And no one is talking about personnel management. No one knows what a 12 gauge this is, or a turret of that, or an armor belt that doesn't sink below the water. But suddenly you put on a PR exercise and send out these ships, and then suddenly the newspapers start asking questions about, well, what's the best kind of ship design of the future? And, you know, how do we better manage the personnel within the Navy department? And TR did that purposely. He does this with every department within his administration. He tries to create a public relations groundswell of interest in a topic that means something to him. And then the public get on board. And that is exactly what happens with the Great White Fleet. Brought the Navy to the headlines of every newspaper and raised public intrigue with every coastal harbor that the ships visited. And it helped that many of the officers that are opposed to the dreadnoughts and opposed to reform within the department were also opposed to the Great White Fleet sailing around the world. So they said the same things, that the fleet sailing, that it would, what did they say? That it would be costly, that it would be unnecessary, that they wouldn't get many benefits out of it in terms of training soldiers. And that's, you know, we know that's not true. And so when the Great White Fleet departs from Hampton Roads, throngs of Americans that are out there celebrating the tour going around the world are also talking about the American Navy, the US Navy, in a way that they weren't before the fleet went out. There's a knowledge and understanding about what our Navy does. And that's a PR campaign that's focused on domestic change. Now, unwittingly, for the public that saw the Navy go out, you know, they were waving, and they were thinking that this fleet was something to behold. In fact, they're waving goodbye to the old American fleet. The United States stopped making ships like these that go on the Great White Fleet, and they start making dreadnoughts after this. And the glory of this fleet is that public support for ship design swings into congressional appropriations. So Roosevelt, emboldened by the fleet, asks for 4 battleships, dreadnought-style battleships, to be constructed when the fleet goes out in 1907. And Congress meets him halfway. Usually they would give him enough money to build 1 ship, and they fund 2. And both of those ships are dreadnought-style ships. So Roosevelt counts that as a victory, but the appropriation fell short of Admiral or Lieutenant Commander Sims's hopes. He had hoped for 4 ships and for more quicker reforms. The first new dreadnought was the North Dakota. Come on, no one's cheering for that? Come on. Unbelievable. If it said New Jersey, I would cheer, right? But I'm disappointed. I'm sorry. The North Dakota fell particularly short of Admiral Sims's expectations. He inspected it, and he found that the guns came dangerously close to the waterline, and that the armor would almost certainly succumb to torpedo attack. So he petitioned the Navy for a revised design, but the political capital was expended, and Roosevelt and Newbury are very slow to adopt Sims's reforms and ideas. And as a result, they really did make an enemy of Sims in terms of his advocacy for a bigger, stronger, and reformed Navy. Sims took careful aim. He didn't criticize Roosevelt directly. He didn't criticize Newbury directly. And when the White House could hear murmurings about rising internecide starting again between the insurgents like Sims and some of the other brass like Mahan, they realized they had to do something, and so they call a special conference. And that's the Newport Conference, Newport being where the Naval War College is. And they hold that event in 1908. At the conference, Roosevelt and Truman Handy Newbury, they both attend in person. And that's important because that's also a part of the power play that they're working on here. Newbury sets out at the conference the administration's position, and he does that before even he arrives. And he sets up the conference to be one that's going to go in the direction that Roosevelt and Newbury want, which is actually in the direction that Sims wants as well. They advocate for good government reforms like they did in the Army, so merit-based promotions. And Newbury helped establish the conference rules, which favored Sims's idea for a dreadnought style and added technology to the ships. Roosevelt personally intervened to mediate disputes over ship design, taking sides with Sims. And in short, the Newport Conference had cleared the way for expansive reform of the Navy Department, root and branch, really, after this conference. And again, we probably don't talk about this conference enough in terms of the development of the modern Navy. But in 1908, I mean, it's controversial for a number of reasons, but the biggest reason in controversy for the Roosevelt administration is that this is the last gasp of reform. Newbury, who is going to want that top job when Taft is elected, and so this is happening in 1908, the election of 1908 is going on, we know Taft is going to win, he wins by a fairly sizable margin. When he does win, Newbury thinks he's going to be the top guy, that he's going to stick out the reforms and see them to fruition. In fact, he says in his autobiography, which is never published, that he got from high authority, presumably Roosevelt, that this was going to go through into the Taft administration, that they were going to continue the reforms. And he even says in that autobiography, I wouldn't have even started these reforms had I not thought that I had the political support from the president and the president-elect. But he does not have their support. William Howard Taft, when he comes to office, ditches almost all of Theodore Roosevelt's tennis cabinet. And that begins to start off the internicide between TR and Taft that'll eventually erupt in 1912. And Truman Handy Newbury is sent back to Michigan packing, not even a cordial letter from Taft. In fact, Taft left the country and had someone else tell Newbury that he didn't get the job. Sims realizes that this is an opportunity for him to win support for Taft, and he does. The reforms are slow. They come into the end of Taft's administration and Wilson's administration. A lot of these reforms would be seen through, but they're not seen through by Newbury. And that was that stung him. A week before the tennis cabinet met for the very last time, so they meet 2 times before the end of Roosevelt's term, the Newport Commission finally reported that Newbury's plans and terms were the right ones, and that the Navy would try to implement them. And as I said, it'll be largely implemented over the course of the next 2 administrations. But it's a bittersweet vindication for an assistant secretary and eventually secretary of the Navy briefly, who had days left in office. And the same week that Roosevelt and Newbury welcomed home the Great White Fleet, Newbury was effectively saying goodbye to his job and to all the hard work that he had put in. Sorry, that's a sad note to end on, but that's where I'm ending it. Thanks very much.
This one's okay. Well, 2 really fascinating talks to get us started. So I want everybody to be thinking of questions you'd like to ask. We got some time for Q&A, but let me at least seed the ground here a little bit. I've got a question for each of you to kind of get us going. So Stacy, starting with you, Alice, I mean, what a firecracker. Her father sends her out in 1905 on this series of diplomatic journeys, right? But by my math, she's also about to get married. 1906, she marries Nicholas Longworth. Is that right? So, as a father of a daughter, I think I love this idea. Like, she's about to marry this older guy. I'm going to send her away on a long journey. But what's going on? What's going on with Nick and Alice? Tell us maybe the subplots here that are behind this journey.
It would be worse if you were Eleanor Roosevelt, because Sarah Delano Roosevelt so disapproved of Eleanor that she took her son on an around the world tour to separate the 2 of them in hopes that they would fall out of love with one another. But Alice got to go on the trip with the guy she was already pretty smitten with. So Nick Longworth was a congressman from Ohio, and 14 years her senior. And they had a eventful courtship up to that point in time. and on board ship, Alice, as her biographer, really, I think about this because I started this book when I was about 12 years old. I swear I did. And And so she's trying to be her father's best representative. You know, Alice loves her father. She looks up to her father. She becomes very close to her father, particularly as the years go on. And so he sends her out on this really weighty job, right? She's got a lot, she knows how to do it. She's been perfectly schooled. She's been well trained by her aunt, by her stepmother, Edith. So she's very good at this, which is all well and fine. But while she has to give teas to phalanx of, you know, congresswomen's wives in ruffles, she really wants to be over there with Nick. Like, really you've been 20, you've been in love. She really wants to be over there with Nick. And so the whole thing is kind of if I were making a film, you know, there would always be the aside where Alice's head and heart are really over there, even though she's doing her duty here. But honestly, since duty is the middle name of every Roosevelt, I'm not surprised that she carried it off. But they kept it pretty secret from most people, although Taft saw it coming. And Taft was really worried because, as some of you know, Nick Longworth was an alcoholic, and he had grave misgivings about Nick. So poor chaperone Secretary of War Taft was like, should I encourage this? Should I stop this? Should I send some telegrams back home? I'm not sure what to do. I can't throw Nick off. He's a congressman. I can't get rid of Alice. So the long and short of it is that they cemented their love-ish affair on that trip. And then when they came back, Nick cornered TR and asked for Alice's hand. And so the rest of that is history. But I just do think it's interesting that while she was doing this very important job for her father, she was also living this whole other life with Nick.
All right. Thank you for filling in some of those gossipy details. That's fun. Yeah. Yeah, right. Mike, for you, you sounded a lot like a Navy expert to me, first of all. Really, really great job. But in talking, if maybe we can connect the Navy to your current expertise, the tennis cabinet. The tennis cabinet is this collection of, you know, really different men, all men, different stations in life, who Roosevelt, you know, plays with and gets advice from. But so where do naval advisors kind of fit in there? Do the military guys fall right kind of in lockstep with the, say, environmentalist and the sheriff and all these different people? What's kind of the balance there?
I love this because the two people up here are like my tennis cabinet. I mean, when I wanted someone to read the book, it was Ryan and Stacy that I sent it to. It's great because they found a lot of mistakes and errors and said, Mike, what are you doing? Yeah, now it's a great book. Yeah, this is true. And so Ryan's queuing me up here. I mean, the way that, so I've broken the book into different sections. There's diplomats, there's conservationists, there's reformers, of which the Navy fall into that group, bureaucratic reformers. And then there's other people too that I won't go into all the details. You have to buy the book. But in that, they are very compartmentalized. So TR didn't play tennis with the whole group ever. And he only brings the whole group together on the last meeting, which means that he was bringing 1, 2, 3, or 4 people to the White House to play and talk shop. And some people, I mean, Henry Stimson was in the tennis cabinet, right? Henry Stimson of making the atomic bomb, Henry Stimson. And he said when he showed up on the last day, he didn't know who he was going to see that were part of the tennis cabinet. So it was a big surprise. And that was in part because these people were experts and they were working in their respective fields on important things to TR, but that wouldn't necessarily translate to what another person on the tennis cabinet had been working on. So it's fairly compartmentalized. I mean, the Navy experts, the way I put them in the book is alongside a lot of the other bureaucratic reforms, because, I mean, it's reforming the department essentially. And there was other reforms like that, like civil service commissioners were doing work like that, changing the way the departments of government work. Or, you know, DOGE, right? The Department of Government Efficiency. The first one of those was TR's, the Department of, I forget what it's called now, Scientific Methods, I think. You know, so these sort of bureaucrats were generating expertise to fix the way the government operated. And that included, in this case, the Navy Department.
Okay, so the floor is open. I'd love to hear from the group, questions you have. Maybe should we bring the mic out? Can I do that? Oh, okay. So we'll send a microphone, or should we send this one? Oh, okay. So yeah, microphone will come to you. Maybe your name and a question. Oh yeah, do it.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Barber, longtime fan of TR and Professor Cullinane, and your book as well. So a really sort of fun, simple question. Do you happen to know whether Theodore Roosevelt ever played tennis at the Newport Casino when he went there? I know Alice visited it. There's a famous picture of it.
Where's the Newport Casino? In
Dude,
Newport. This is where the Tennis Hall of Fame is now?
yes.
In Newport, yeah. I have no idea. But I
Okay.
mean, the only place that I'm 100% sure he played tennis was the White House tennis court, which was demolished after he left.
He told people to not take pictures of him playing tennis because it would make him look too upper class, but it was his favorite sport.
Mhm. He also didn't play tennis well. He charged around the court, and he did it energetically, but not. And I think, Ryan, it's safe to say that that's kind of how he treated all sports, was enthusiasm, but not necessarily skill, right?
That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
Two questions, if I may, and for the panel. Joe Wiegand from Medora, North Dakota, originally Chicago. A treatise maybe 15 years ago on the centennial of the Great White Fleet pointed out that because there was a mutual aid treaty with Japan and the United Kingdom, our fleet actually did intelligence work on Sydney Harbor, its fortifications, its depths, if we needed to seize the harbor. In 1905, to your knowledge, did we do anything in Hong Kong of a similar basis during the visit? And then sort of as well, when you put the secretaries up, I've always sort of thought that, well, part of TR having 6 secretaries of the Navy in 7.5 years because he ran the Navy. But it was a proving ground. Moody goes on to be one of his Associate Justice Supreme Court appointments, Bonaparte, Attorney General. Was that a place where he got the sense of whether or not all men at that time, the man could do the job, test him in one of the most important fields, the Navy?
Okay. Yes and no, right? I mean, so Moody is the exception. Moody is one of the big tennis court, Roosevelt loves Moody. No idea he was going to like him that much. He appoints him to the Supreme Court because he's so good at everything that he touches. Moody, when he left the Navy Department, he thought that was it. He thought his career was over, that he wasn't going to go anywhere else. Bonaparte knew he was going on to other things almost as soon as he went into the office. TR gave people jobs that he knew were on the upward trajectory. I mean, ambassadorial positions, et cetera. But not all of them performed. I mean, so there's other people in other jobs that didn't make it. So I wouldn't say that that was the only proving ground. There's other departments in the government that he did this too. This was kind of his nature. It's how he did things. He put people into the deep end, and sorry to use sink or swim in a Navy conference, but that's what they did. So, but that's a great question in terms of the fleet as well. Not the cruise that Alice takes, but I should say that the Great White Fleet did do a number of training exercises, maneuverability exercises, probably intelligence gathering, although I didn't know that about Sydney. That's pretty cool. So that's certainly part of the cruise.
One of the things that was interesting to me that tied both talks together was sort of the public relations aspect, right? And this idea that TR is marshaling support for the Navy, for diplomacy, for international relations, so on and so forth. What, if anything, what is sort of the public mood in the country at this time? Is this something that people really care a lot about? Is it making TR more popular because it's something he's fighting for? Does it matter? I was curious what sort of the public mood about the Navy is at this time.
So I think I said to the Admiral last night that I'm a fraud and a charlatan. I just want to reiterate that point again. I am not a naval historian. I'm so glad that none of the commanding officers of the USSTR have raised their hand yet. I mean, the short of it is, David, put your hand down. The short of it is, I don't really know. I mean, that's an interesting thing that I think would be worth studying. And I think this is a shout out to students that are in the room as well, that this is an opportunity to find more out via research into newspapers, because from what I read in just 1908, there wasn't an awful lot of interest in the public about the Navy. Interest rises and falls. I mean, in wartime, interest goes through the roof, right? But interest wanes. I mean, congressional appropriations are not going to excite, mass readership. But the Spanish-American War, yeah, people start to learn more about the Navy. The Great White Fleet, people start to learn more about the Navy. And I think so you need that. And Roosevelt was so adept at finding those points in which he could promote his policies via ongoing events, things that are happening in the round. And so, I don't know, do we talk enough about the Great White Fleet as being that moment where domestic opinion about the Navy changed?
Roosevelt was very good at utilizing his family, right? That's part of what I was trying to convey. So this personalized presence, this personalized diplomacy. I don't think for a moment that Roosevelt thought that sending his daughter out to be goodwill ambassador on this 5-nation tour was going to promote support for the United States Navy necessarily. But I do think that he was well aware that Alice, assuming she behaved appropriately, which she did, meant that he would garner more publicity for the peace treaty, for the peace talks, and sort of I think American buy-in to what he was aiming at, and on the grander scale of moving the United States to a more equal position on the world stage. So I think that the diplomacy wasn't necessary, the publicity wasn't necessarily directed at the Navy for Alice, but he was never unaware of what publicity could do.
Well, and maybe I'll add one thing before we go to the next question. My connection to TR is really in sports. One of the first thing that Roosevelt does upon becoming president in 1901 after the assassination is go to the Army-Navy football game. And he makes this, very loud, splashy entrance and sits on the Navy side for the first half and then crosses the field and sits on the Army side for the second half. So he was, in some ways, promoting the military and the Navy right from the start, at least in kind of sideways. Other questions? Oh.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Fritz Gordner from Indianapolis. My wife and I have been out here several times. This is not so much a question, but maybe you can add to it. Another side of the strength of the Navy. Once there was back up, my wife saying, never knew my dad, but his nickname was Aby. And this is another side of the strength of the Navy. One time, Teddy was greeting people at a ship side, and a young newsboy named Aby something was delivering papers and kind of pushed his way in to get to the president. And the security or the guards pushed the newspaper boy away. And Teddy said, "No, let that boy come up here. I like his spirit." And so found out the young boy was a fighter. And this young man, and I'm asking you if you know any more of the story, became the prize fighter for the United States Navy. They took him on ship, and he went all around the country, and he was the champion. But anyway, once my wife, we were in a bookshop looking for Roosevelt books, and we found a book on Aby, the young fighter. He wrote autobiography about his life on ship, being a fighter. So just a fun little bit of background for a book collector.
Thank you for great presentations. I was wondering how much the Navy had influence for the design of the Panama Canal, because a lot of people that were promoting smaller ships probably had to step aside for the size of future ships. So I just wonder if much scholarship has been done on that connection. Yeah.
Tomorrow, really, that's where you got your Navy experts. So that's a great question about the Panama Canal, and I think asking it tomorrow would be more fruitful.
Elizabeth?
So, oh, sorry. Yes, so his book, I tried, I really did, but the amount, you know, I've done my share of facts and figures, but it was quite the, correct. Yes, it was really interesting, sort of. Anyway, when did it become a text, sort of required reading for the Naval Academy or whomever? Was it when he became Secretary of the Navy, or was it before that?
Yeah, it was before that. I mean, I don't know when it became an actual text on the ships, but that was the case for some years. I don't know how long, but it was before he was Assistant Secretary of the Navy. I mean, that is what qualifies him in a sense to be Assistant Secretary of the Navy. The book is dreadfully
Yeah.
boring in parts. I mean, it's and you know, some of the charts and drawings. I mean, but that's what qualifies him. I don't know the dates.
So
but
probably from 1882 or 3 when it was published.
probably,
Yes.
yeah.
I wanted to address William's question if I could. I think TR as president discovered that there was a great deal of popular support for the Navy if you were in a district that had shipbuilding, a naval base, or a port. However, of course, I think it's 1903, it's at his behest that the Navy League is created. And really the primary reason for creating the Navy League was to give, it's a membership-based organization where you don't have to be a member of the Navy, you're just a good citizen. And TR would have told you, if you're a good citizen, you're going to advocate for a strong Navy. I believe 1903, but don't hold me to it. You can have the microphone back now.
Thank you, Joe.
Hi, my name is Bob Weefel. I'm from Bismarck. Just a couple facts about the first USS North Dakota. Joe!
He's the head of the Navy League in North Dakota.
There you go. Hey! The two dreadnoughts were the Delaware and the North Dakota. So it was going to be the Delaware class, and it was the Delaware class. And North Dakota was named the North Dakota, but someone said, we can't have a warship named for North Dakota. And Teddy Roosevelt said, hell no, it's going to be North Dakota. Now, the one interesting thing about North Dakota is the first ship in the U.S. Navy that was powered by steam turbines. The first North Dakota was like that Titanic with the big pistons going up and down. Most warships were that. North Dakota is the first steam-driven ship in the United States Navy, steam turbine-driven ship in the United States Navy. And Joe came out and helped us get the second USS North Dakota underway. So thank you very much.
So this isn't a Navy question, so relax. But I'm fascinated because I think many of us know that Theodore Roosevelt, as president, was the first president to submerge in a submarine and actually take controls of a submarine. I'd never heard about his daughter being there before him. So my question was, one, was that the same time that that happened in rapid succession? She went and then he went on after it? That was the first question. The second was, we're talking about all these improvements to surface ships or battleships. Did that experience then go back and form his move to inform and upgrade the submarine fleet of the future? Just a question. And I have one other comment, if I could. I can't give you the specifications on the Panama Canal, but what I can tell you, it was designed to take the fleet through there. And what it did in perpetuity for the longest time was every ship the Navy built after that had to meet the size requirements to fit through the canal, Panamax, including the Nimitz-class carrier. So people don't realize that today, but the Nimitz-class carrier was designed such that it could take the sliver off the left side, off the port side of the ship on the flight deck. It could be removed so that the ship could go through the Panama Canal. That was never done, and after about ship 4, we stopped doing that because we realized we'd never do it. Just as a point of comment.
That's cool. Alice went first and her father followed sometime later. It wasn't the same day, it wasn't the same month. I don't even think it was the same year. Alice, I'll just say this and leave it here. Alice liked a man in uniform.
David, I can't remember your question because I was so interested in the Nimitz-class ships going through the Panama Canal. Do the Ford-class ships go through the? No. Okay, so that's interesting. So that says an awful lot about where we are now and the importance of the Panama Canal for security. Is that I guess they're not going through the canal anymore. But right, I I forget, what was your question again? Sorry. Okay, so yeah, you've asked a non-naval historian a Navy question, and truth be told, I don't know, but I imagine his interest would have, and his pull, right, his political clout would have had something to, to do with, whispering in someone's ear about this or that about a submarine. But absolutely, absolutely.
Hello, Dave Bryant. I'm in the TRA. Great that we are out here for this. Do have a question on Alice's sort of around the world trip and the press during that time. I'm sure a lot of your research was in newspapers. That's how a lot of things were captured. The press handling all that. Is there any of the salacious side of things, of personal relationships, the paparazzi trying to catch people doing the wrong things?
Surprisingly, very little of that, because the culture was so very different then. And it really was true that, I mean, this is still a time when first ladies, for example, weren't quoted directly in, most women weren't quoted directly in newspapers at the time. And so the gendered world was a very different, gendered world of 1905, 1900 was very, very different. Things changed after World War I, of course, and even more with more rapidity after World War II. So there was one scandalous newspaper that made a habit of reporting on the wealthy in America. It was called Town Topics. And there are people we know of elite social standing who paid journalists to keep their family's name out of Town Topics. Alice made it into Town Topics exactly once that I'm aware of, and it was pretty horrible stuff that they were suggesting about her. I don't think for a minute it was true, but they did not make a habit of reporting on the first daughter. It just wouldn't have been done. And so if you read my book, Alice may or may not have actually put one toe out of line when she was in Asia, but it wasn't covered by the press, and it only came to light much later. And at the time, Nick, who was by then her husband, stood up for her and said, "Yeah, this has never happened." So there was only a smidgen of controversy, never covered by the press, because that's just not what the press did back then. I know, it makes you a little nostalgic, doesn't it?
We probably have time for one more question. If anybody wants to. Yes, sir, right here in front.
Again, thank you all very much. David Kuntz. And I'd, Stacey, like to follow up on the whole relationship that TR had with Alice in preparation or in her development, maybe. You alluded to the fact that her mother, and other members of the family had prepared her, obviously, for her role, in society. But the fact that TR is going to use her in an unofficial capacity, is there direct or indirect evidence regarding TR's basically, preparing her for this role?
That's a great question. Because they live together, I don't have, as a historian, I don't have the documentation that would be great if she was living in, San Francisco and he could write instructions to her. But we do know, I do know from her memoirs and from accounts from other people in her life at the time that he was setting her up for success, we would say today, in this. She was very close to Taft. It was no surprise to me that Taft was the leader of this expedition, if you will. And so she had the social accoutrement, if you will, from the distaff side of the family, who would have taught her how to behave and so on and so forth. But she had a burgeoning political interest that would soon ignite into a passion. And this was one of the steps again, as her biographer, this is one of the steps along the way of Alice's deep and lifelong passion in politics. So I know from her memoir, I know from other family correspondence that Alice was getting ever more tightly woven into the circle of conversation about the trip. So he had expectations for her. I mean, he beyond just behave yourself, daughter. So, but she was never expected to do anything in an official way. Again, like the newspapers, that would have been highly inappropriate in that era. So that's a great question, though. Thanks.
Okay, well, we've dipped our toe in the water. We'll go deeper tomorrow, all water metaphors. So join me in thanking our first panel for getting us started. So we can out to the reception area and then into the ballroom. All right, thanks.
Good evening. I promised I wasn't going to speak anymore, and yet here I am speaking again. I'm so sorry. I'll tell you, a guy can get used to this. First of all, let me just say thank you all for coming. It is such a pleasure to see so many friends that I haven't seen in some time. Folks from the TRA that are here, folks, of course, from the Navy that are here, folks from Dickinson that I haven't seen in a few months, and so many other friends. And I am so excited to introduce the new president of the university, Scott Molander, who's going to introduce our keynote speaker tonight. Scott?
All righty. Thank you. So I'm going to introduce former Chancellor Hagerrod, who, was our longest serving chancellor, and I was his last hire. But if you looked on his resume, he deleted that he hired me. He's like, I don't want any part of that guy for sure. Yeah. Not true. Thank you. And I mean, it's just been a pleasure because for some of you who were at the investiture last night, my best friend growing up, Gerard Hansen, was a nuclear engineer in the Navy submarine. And I was trying to find out the name of his submarine, but he hadn't gotten back to me yet. He probably doesn't want me to know that. So as everybody knows, before his long career here serving the state, he graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy as a nuclear engineer, and he was the executive officer of the USS Cape St. George. You should look that up. Quite the ship. And he was commanding officer of the USS Kaufman with a guided missile frigate. And when you look that up, then you'll really be impressed. He served as a White House fellow and analyst for the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, another big honor. It's just been phenomenal. He's researched and taught in the fields of naval autonomy, IT systems, and cybersecurity. And I'm on the board of a racing autonomy team, so I know what he's in for or what he's done, and the technology is just phenomenal. It was a team at Indiana University. And his enthusiasm for technology has not changed. And if you bring up AI, just hold on. Don't have any appointments because it's phenomenal conversation. I called him once where he called me one of his last days, and I started asking him about AI. And I was lucky I didn't have an appointment for a while because I was writing notes so fast. It was just phenomenal. So again, I really want to hear his thoughts on what he thought Theodore Roosevelt would think about AI in today's world and naval leadership. So again, let's welcome former Chancellor Hagerrod.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, President Molander. And it's a blessing to have him. He's a very accomplished businessman. And loved North Dakota so much that he applied previously as well. And when I saw him come back, it showed you he really wanted to come back home. And I know there's some legislators here. I saw Rich Wardner earlier. There's a leader that led this state through many years. And for the guests here, the captain of the ship, this is such an honor. I mean, literally, he has a city with multiple reactors. He can't even talk about the kind of weapons they carry. And he's trusted his XO, but I keep watching him check his iPhone, his 80. So there's a captain right there. And all the former commanding officers, my classmate, and my former Vice Chancellor, Jerry Rosted. So, and for all the people here, thanks for coming and showing support because the Navy needs your support. And Roosevelt, what I'll argue, had a massive influence on the Navy in ways that you may not have understood. And that's what we're going to talk about. And it's basically the mind of those who will command machines. And I recently retired, but I've just been asked to be a fellow. I recruited non-resident at the Naval War College. I'm also to project the Naval Institute, a book called Commanding Minds and Machines, Emerging Technology and Leadership in the Navy. I'm reworking the last chapter now. And the Naval Institute, of which many people here are members, has just asked me to write one of 2 lead articles for December on what kind of officer do we need for the age of AI. And we are in an epic time. And I think Roosevelt would have some insights, and what he did could be a model potentially of what we may have to do. First I got to figure out if I can handle this machine here. Let's see. There we go. So TR is known for lots of things. But I think he did something bigger than most people would even realize, okay? Now, of course, we recognize this. Now, for the historians here, this is from the Naval Institute's stack of photos. I was at the Naval Institute researching the article in my book, and they had a pile of stuff from TR. So I don't know from the archives here, but you can see that's a pretty candid shot. There's nothing really posed there. They were kind of moving down the hill. But that was what he's very famous for. And as you know, it was audacious bravery. His aide-de-camp was shot through the mouth in the battle. So it wasn't just let's run up the hill and take some photos. I mean, I don't know how the man dressed like that was not killed. So he's famous for that, right? And it did save the Army. If you read the history, the Army was becoming overcome by malaria. They had to do something. The Navy was waiting and smashed the fleet when they came out. Incredible story. Then he may have been famous for this. He literally, by force of intellect, audacity, changed the map of the world. Dr. Cullinane mentioned that's Dewey's ships of the line coming into Manila Bay, but if Roosevelt hadn't ordered them in advance, they would not have been ready. Okay, you had to have coal ready to go and orders already issued. They did have the telegraph, but communications were sparse once you got underway. They had just invented the Marconi wireless around that time, and it was not well used yet. You can see down here in the lower left, the map literally would change during the Spanish-American War, and literally making a canal. I mean, changing the geography of the planet. Rivers have defined where cities are, and they basically made a river through the mountains. But that's still not, I think, what he's most lasting legacy for the military. Could it be this? This is a cover of a book we heard, and Dr. Cullinane did a wonderful job for not being, and I forgot to acknowledge Admiral Abbott as well. We have a 4-star fleet admiral here as well. We have captains and admirals, but there's only so many 4-star admirals. So Admiral Abbott, thank you for your wife for coming as well. The Great White Fleet ushered in maybe an era of imperialism. Could that have been, his greatest legacy for the military? Or was it technology? I found this in the Naval Institute. So for the historians here, I don't know if I've ever seen this. This is the first gas-powered motorboat in the U.S. Navy. And President Roosevelt is willing to sit. Anybody who does boating knows gas motors blow up. And as the ship captains know, we store gasoline above deck typically, right? Now this one, I had to show this one. This was in the archives too, and this is just kind of a little bit of a joke one, but I ran across this photo. He couldn't even read a newspaper by himself. So, I mean, it's the president. So any CEO of a CBN knows, can you have some privacy, right? I mean, literally. I mean, when they go into port, they try to walk, they can't get away. But the president, look at how many camp followers. He's just trying to read the newspaper en route to Panama. So anyway, I would argue that his most lasting legacy was this, that he still influences the minds that command the machines. And with AI coming, this will be the most profound event in history, is will the minds be able to command these machines? And basically he would put them on a trajectory that would require several modifications, which we'll get into that. Several admirals' names that this group will recognize, Admiral King and Admiral Rickover and others, would build on what Roosevelt did. But the interesting thing is he was doing this during what's now recognized as the first and second industrial revolution. We are now entering the fourth. And for him to tackle what he did in a period of such tumultuous change could be a lesson for us as well. And so let me explain what I mean by that. Last fall, I was asked to teach a course at one of our research institutions. And I built on my course from Annapolis. It was AI and Society, the History and Philosophy of the Human and Machine. And we structured the course on 4 industrial revolutions. Engines that replaced horses. We still rate engines and horsepower. Think about it, right? Then electrification that put work at a distance. My grandfather talked about looking at wires on the farm. He was born in the 1890s going, how can work go through a wire? I don't know, but I want it, okay? I mean, it's a mystery when you really think about it. Then, of course, we recognize Steve Jobs, and this is called the Internet Communications Technology Revolution, which we know just absolutely transformed everything. Unless you're an Amish person, and I honor that as a strategy. And now they agree AI will probably be the fourth. We structured the class with my co-teacher at NDSU, and later that fall, Jamie Dimon came out and goes, you know what, the way to look at what's happening is this is the fourth industrial revolution. I would argue it may be bigger than that, but Roosevelt was navigating 1 and 2. We are now well into 3 with 4 is emerging. And what is that going to mean for who commands the machines? So I'm sparing you the second page of the outline because I want to get in the story. But what I would argue is that the future is totally unknowable. I mean, the co-founder of ChatGPT is from North Dakota. Bronfman came to North Dakota, and I've just finished reading a book called The Empire of AI, and she confirms it. She was listed in Time magazine. Latest issue, AI is the cover. Karen Howe is listed as one of the most 100 influential. She wrote a book called The Empire of AI. Bronfman and the book both confirm that on Thanksgiving of 2022, they thought, let's let this thing go out. They didn't even tell Microsoft. They didn't tell anybody because it was an afternoon thing. They thought about 500 people would download it. They were at the Thanksgiving dinner with Altman, who's the founder of OpenAI, kind of. And all of a sudden they're getting calls, much like the captain here. The servers are overloaded. We've never seen this before. Across the whole planet, people are going to their website. So nobody has a plan, right? And as I'll get into it, the existential use cases that even the academics are saying is the military use case. Everything else is manageable. So TR was transforming during the first and second. We now have the third. So what might we learn from how he handled building the minds of the future? What he did was he invested in the institutions. He didn't have all the answers like Dr. Killenine said. War College, get on these problems. Annapolis, get on these problems. But then I got to solve this terrible quagmire of the line and the engineers and careers. He took time on a very hard problem. But this is very important. Why did he focus so much time on the human? Technology diffuses rapidly. No country can have an advantage that's persistent without the human element being a key component. And I'll tell you, as a former cyber professor, we have seen nothing yet of what they're going to do hacking these AI algorithms, but there's never been an American aviator that has ever defected or turned traitorous, ever in history. You can't say that about any algorithm. So the people are going to be a crucial part of this. So what then did he do? I know we've got one of the Master Chiefs here of the Navy. That is a huge accomplishment. That's like being the CNO, Command Master Chief of the Navy. He took great interest in the sailors. This is the pointers for the guns, right? They were the eyes of the guns. And this is where this famous line, only the shots that count are the ones that hit. He said that here at this graduation. Can you imagine President Obama going to a sea school class and sitting down with people? I mean, it's just like, that's how much Roosevelt cared about the Navy. And then, of course, he cared very much about the War College, famous photo, his brain trust. And Annapolis, there's several Annapolis grads here, but that academy is in the pattern that Roosevelt laid out with Ernest Flagg. All this structure here started with Bancroft Hall, the chapel, Mahan Hall, Sampson Hall, and there's a few neo-modern structures, but it's very much his doubling down on naval education. But then he took on the problem that faces us today, and that is, how do you accommodate new emerging ideas? And this could be for any business person here, politician. This is the perennial problem. Humans take a generation, and with longevity increasing, a generation and a half, 3 generations, right? I mean, Henry Kissinger, Warren Buffett's number 2, lived to 100 years of age, right? So how do, when new emerging technologies and ideas come in, do you incorporate them into a human organization? That is a perennial problem. And in my studies, I've, just trying to make it simple. There's generally 3 approaches. You specialize and honor the specialties, but they are not the commanders, right? Now, the specialties become so powerful, then you maybe merge them into the commander that will command. Or a third strategy, which is you just basically double down, and this is President Molander's job, the education, training, then promotion, assignments, and you try to suck in this knowledge without some huge battle over who's really in control. So these are the 3 general approaches. But the whole point is humans continue to adapt and don't lock in over time. And so the historic tension was technical versus operational, specialist versus integrating, right? A CEO, a captain have to integrate. And so how to present that? So I've given this talk several times, and so I just have a little chart. So the nukes go, good, there's a chart. Okay, good, got it. So this is the chart, okay? This is what all of us navigate, basically, is operational and integrated into high command, who is the technical specialist, run that reactor, who is the technical officer, integrated the technical, and then who are operational specialists. And interestingly, you can kind of put the names in there, right? Operations specialist, technical specialist, system integrator. We struggle with that name, right? Admiral, general, CEO, but absolutely imperative of who pulls us all together, and in the Navy, who is accountable in the end if you don't win the wars, right? So this is kind of what Roosevelt is confronted with. But Roosevelt was very historical, okay? He studied lots of history. And if you have any doubt on the impact of models of officers, just think of this battle. 1588, the superpower of the world, the Spanish, are coming to smash the little English country. But the English did an innovation that eluded the Spanish. They decided to integrate the warrior, typically the general, was on the ship. Cleopatra, Romans, the galleys fought. Generals just fought and beat them. Some unknown mariner turned the ship around, but fighting was by the generals. And then you had this thing, well, the ships became more sophisticated in cannons. The English made a big step, and they said, we got to integrate these into the midshipmen. This is a famous sociologist who only after he died, his wife found his first book was going to be about the Navy. So she published it. And the whole point was that innovation, the midshipmen, changed world history. How did it change world history? In the Battle of the Armada. And if you don't think change happens fast, 1571, Roosevelt studied all this. The Spanish, the Italians, the Pope stopped the Ottoman invasion, 1571, with that type of warfare. King Philip was one of the leaders. King Philip is alive when he sends that type of fleet against the English with a general in charge, and he wants to board the ships. The English won't board them. They stand off and just keep pounding with guns, pounding with guns. The model of officer had changed. and Spain lost. The weather also contributed to that. But Roosevelt will study this in detail. And so then when he shows up, he's now confronted with this problem in the Navy. Specialization had been the Navy strategy for about 2 generations. Not merger, even education, they kept them pretty separately. And it was the steamship. The first steamship, 1814, and they build a group of engineers, and then line captains should not be touched by coal dust and engines. And this is how it looked graphically, that you would progress as a young midshipman in the rigging command. Never would you come down here in the room. Likewise, the engineers would not go topside. I mean, it was a very stark difference. And Mahan doubled down on that. He wrote degrading references to the engineers, narrow-minded technicians who can't grasp command. And the engineers fought back. One said, the ship captains are but nothing but what flies on the wheels of progress as the tractor goes round and round or something. And it was just these battles between these two. Well, this guy was more polite, but Melville was an incredible engineer. He explored the polar regions, incredibly accomplished. So there's talent on both sides. And Roosevelt comes in, and he is influenced. So I don't know if you know this, but he's influenced by the guy named Ira Hall. You can't read this, but I hope you'll understand. This is the Dickinson archive. I wrote about this the first time 15 years ago when I was working on my research. I never could find the document. It's digitized in your documents. The National Archives. I tried to find this document in the Library of Congress, and I had to search through 400. I went to yours and put Ira Hollis Roosevelt. Boom. But the admirals will understand this. Roosevelt goes to Long, tells him we need a board to study the offshore board. Secretly, he writes a message to Ira Hollis, the Dean of Engineering at Harvard, saying, board's been established, I'm the president, and I want the bill that we produce as much as possible exactly you recommend, which is the merger of the engineers and the line. Who's Ira Hollis? He's a class of 78 from Annapolis. So the Navy was forerunner of engineering. First in his class, but he leaves after 15 years. He can't command. He's an engineer. I'm trying to dig in more about him, but my guess is he was angry, wasn't happy, and he wanted engineers to be equivalent of line officers. And so I put in the red here, the Navy struggled with this from 1814 to 1899. There's nothing simple about this problem. But look at Roosevelt's words. Simple, obvious, throw them both into one. And they do, okay? they merge these two together. But Roosevelt's onto something. The whole point is technical complexity has to be in the mind. Mahan was wrong. Maybe Ira Hollis wasn't quite right. But they basically merged the line, and as Dr. Killenine said, they solved the promotion problem. You stayed as a lieutenant almost to 40 years of the service, and this would have destroyed us by the Second World War. So Roosevelt accelerates promotions. He integrates the line. He tells them, you've got to learn this engineering. The engineers got to learn topside, but the Navy quickly gets more complicated. This is 1897. Wireless telegraphy will be invented around that year. The first submarine, 1903. The first airplane, 1903. I mean, it's going to get so complicated, and something that Roosevelt doesn't understand, but the professors will understand, is engineering will go from not 1878 engineering, but basically Rutherford by 1910 will describe the atom. It becomes deeply scientific, calculus-based, what all these officers to command these carriers had to go through, scientific-based engineering. So very quickly, all of a sudden, they invent this airplane, okay? Then there's promotion reforms we talked about that got delayed, but it came through 1916. And so people begin to build on Roosevelt's reforms. And I'll go through these kind of fast so we get to the AI stuff. So Dr. Killenine, if you can keep me on track. So this guy comes along, Admiral King, prolific reader of history, author of The Lucky Bag at Annapolis. I mean, he is old enough that he's in the rigging at the Battle of Santiago when they defeat the Spanish. and he's the CNO in World War II. I mean, think about that. He's in the rigging before airplanes, before submarines, before telegraphy, and he's a CNO. But very thoughtful technologist, invented patents. He was a submarine-based commander. And then I found this in the archives. Let you aviators get a kick out of this. This is where he qualified as a navigator. He knew he couldn't fly the plane, but he knew to be able to command a carrier, he had to go through this, but touch and go. And then he himself will then command this ship. So this is a Lexington. Beautiful ship. Innovative. And they're sorting out what an officer should be. Technical, commanding, now aviation, submarine. I mean, just imagine the complexity of what's washing over these people for a man who climbed the rigging in 1898 as a midshipman, okay? Now, this is not yachting. That's his ship about 10 years later. Interesting. As a midshipman or as a lieutenant, that didn't bother me. But they got some things wrong. Look at those men jumping off that ship. I mean, how many landed on each other? Desperate fight for life. That was the Battle of Coral Sea. It'll get even worse at Midway. But the point was, these things had existential consequences for the nation. And we got it more right than wrong, because in the end, we will win this war. And then new specialties start to explode. So I love this photo. This is John McCain, Senator John McCain's dad on the right, his grandpa on the left. His dad becomes a four-star admiral while John McCain is a prisoner. I'll let you read this. They saw what was coming again, this wave of specialization, and what would we do? Could we absorb it all again? I mean, and what organization couldn't absorb all the specialties? Anybody know what happened in 1947? Oh, sorry. Anybody know what organization couldn't accommodate specialization and integration? The Air Force. They split. No reason they had to split. They could not accommodate this. And I give credit to these people. They're like, we've got to find a way to do it. The black shoes got out of the way, and the aviators took command of most of the Navy, CNO, fleet commands. But the aviators themselves, I've got backup slides, but I didn't want to bore you all. But I've got Halsey and other aviators going, we absolutely have to study engineering, aviation. We're all in this together. We are naval officers. So the Navy culture was able to adapt to these complex things. And this model that King developed, it's called the Knox by King plan, will last until somebody else challenges it. And this is a favorite person in the life of everybody here. This is called Hyman Rickover. If you don't think he's eccentric, can you imagine as a Navy captain, a photo for Popular Mechanics of his reactor wearing a tie like that, okay? Admiral Abbott would probably call him around to, come in, Captain Rickover. Listen, put your uniform on next time. But the amazing thing is, Rickover is in a knockdown, drag-out fight with World War II veterans who want to adopt basically the British model. The engineers are not going to command these aircraft carriers. The carrier captains are aviators, probably served on a supply ship, but they're not going to be engineers. And Rickover invokes Roosevelt. He said, we went over this already. You have to be integrated with the technology. You have to be both. And so in the end, it was quite the battle. But if you have any doubt that he had a different vision than King and McCain and others, is this quote: you will become a technical expert in command of his ships. Now, I've had some people dispute that, but I interviewed about 30 admirals for my research. I still need to get some of you guys, by the way. This is a great treasure trove of talent, experience. But I have here an article by a Vice Admiral Sagerholm, who I interviewed, and then he wrote this for the Submarine Review. He was a surface officer, accomplished surface XO, going to XO of a destroyer. And Admiral Rickover basically drafts him to become a submariner. Now, if you have any doubt Rickover was different, look at that photo. That's the commissioning of Long Beach. All these admirals, their chest full of ribbons from the Second World War, and Rickover wears a suit. So there's a battle over what is an officer to be. And think about with AI coming, how much specialization do we need on AI versus command? This is where I'm going to go eventually. And then a crisis happens. Now, Midshipman Force Class Abbott might recognize what happened when you were a plebe in April of 1963. Do you remember a submarine sinking, Admiral Abbott? The Thresher. So I discovered when I was doing my research, so for the historians here, you'll love this. I was having lunch with a guy named Lando Zek. And he goes, you know, I served on destroyers, I served on submarines, I took command of a cruiser, I had the Nautilus, and I went to cruise. And then Rickover blackballed me to become an admiral. And I never understood why. And he said, the model changed. And I said, the model changed. He'd gone to a destroyer and cruiser instead of just all submarines. And I said, well, when did the model change? He goes, it was the Thresher. And when the Thresher sank, it was such a catastrophe that Rickover said, no more accommodations. Everyone will be nuke all the way. And so Sagerholm was drafted as a lieutenant commander to become a submarine division officer with no experience in submarines, but he had high calculus scores from Annapolis, basically. And that was the point, was specialization in the engineering field got a bit out of balance. And this would go back and forth, but that is the question for today, is Roosevelt believed in integration merger. King and others tried to modify it. Rickover went high specialization on technology because it was too dangerous not to specialize. Then the aviators and others pulled back different concepts to try to maintain a balance. I can't go to a whole concept called the Commander Air Group. But what would we do now? So for people who haven't followed AI, this is something that's been predicted for a long time. But I'll tell you, to be alive now and this is happening is a stunning moment, okay? I thought I would be in a nursing home when it happened, and it's happening now, okay? And Molander's like, I heard this already, you know? But it's gonna be massive, okay? And so what it is basically, this is Stuart Russell, who by the way has just started an international organization for ethical AI. He gave a talk at Berkeley. He would probably be knighted by the Queen, except he became an American citizen. He said, the existential use case of AI is the military. I hope they get it right. So let me talk about the economy now. He's counting on the people in this room and the retired to get this right, okay? So there's two forms, a narrow specialization, and we had bits and pieces of this in the Navy. Aegis system was very narrow, automation, doesn't learn, so it really wasn't AI. But this is moving quickly toward potentially artificial general intelligence, where this is when the world changes. This is when the machine becomes as smart as us. They've been predicting this since about 1993. So since this time, if you have any doubts, Biden was kind of ambivalent on some of this, but Trump has gone all in. An AI czar at the White House, the chief AI officer, and our own Governor Secretary Burgum, when he was introduced, if you heard him introduced by the President of the United States, said, Doug Burgum will get us the energy we need to win the AI arms race. Okay, I mean, this is what's happening in Washington. So a massive redirection. I mean, we're talking trillions and trillions of dollars going into AI. Incredible. The numbers are staggering. NVIDIA just announced they're investing $100 billion in OpenAI. I mean, the numbers just mind-boggling. Meanwhile, AI is now penetrating into machines on the Russian-Ukraine front. I mean, we just had a major counter-UAS conference in North Dakota for the Roosevelt captains and admirals. And a US senator stood up and said, drones were buzzing Langley Air Force Base, and the Air Force can't tell me who they were and what they're doing. Langley Air Force Base? What about our airports? I mean, this is getting a crisis level of intelligent machines, and they just buzzed the Copenhagen airport. The SecDef has now replaced this replicator strategy with a new counters office just a couple days ago, and multiple Nobel Prize winners have just called for a summit, and they asked for three things: protections for mass unemployment, and the other two were military. And I looked at the group, they don't have a military bone in their body, okay? So again, back to what we're talking about is, what kind of officer will lead this? So that was actually a little bit of a sequence. That's the cover of the reporting of this summit they want to hold. So who would these people be? Now, Roosevelt, I think, would support that, because I was going to ask Dr. Killenane this, but he actually supported the 1907 arms control agreements on humanity and warfare. He did not believe you could convince countries not to fight because just be nice. He knew it had to be power. But when it came to how you treated people humanely on the battlefield, he very much cared about that. And I think that's part of what they're getting at on these autonomous killing machines. If you watch some of the videos, it's chilling. You'll see human beings try to surrender to a drone as they are vaporized. I mean, is this really happening? You know, but Putin has no ethics. He has no ethics. So this is the question. So how do you frame this? So coincidentally, my article on the imperative of human control was just published Monday by the Submarine Review. So I want to give credit to North Dakota. They published it first. Nobody else really wanted to hear it. 2 years ago, the Dakota Digital Review published this piece, which I've been working on literally for a decade. And finally, I've got to get this out. And this is a way to look at the world. We are having a world emerge of machines and robots. This is the Tesla cars. This is Optimus he wants to build. Everyone at home is going to have a robot, but now it's the Ukraine, the Russians. Then you have the whole cyber metaverse. When I used to give this brief, I called it cyberspace, but then Zuckerberg made a great gift. He said, we're building the metaverse where you're going to live and play games. And he even says lonely people should have metaverse companions. I mean, it's some weird stuff he said. And then we have where we are. Literally, this is climate change. This is humanity. This is my grandchildren that we've asked our children, do not give our grandchildren iPhones, at least till they're in middle school, because who are their friends in this place? So the battle we're going to have literally for the military is protecting humans, which will have no defense. My father-in-law fought in the army in France, and he talked about how they could hide in these alleys in these medieval villages because the German tanks and half-tracks couldn't squeeze down the alleyways. These drones are like this, and they will follow these soldiers. There'll be no hope for a human. There'll be no Concord and Lexington. It's going to be the military protecting that green space right there. As Stuart Russell has said, and these Nobel Prize winners have said, what will we do? So the question is, what kind of officer will we need to lead this? And just so you know, there was one senior officer who disagreed with President Truman on dropping the bomb. Does anybody know what member of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs counseled against dropping the bomb? Leahy. Admiral Leahy said this is morally not wrong, not right, and it got buried. I'm surprised it wasn't in the Oppenheimer movie. He was like, we don't need to do this. We've won this war already. We're burning Japan to the ground. So a moral naval officer said, you probably shouldn't do that. And think if we hadn't dropped the bomb, would the Russians have ever spent all that money to build these weapons? So a naval officer was outnumbered. If King would have sided with them, maybe it'd been different. So there's a couple approaches. Do we adopt a strategy of specialization? Okay, that literally we have to have AI specialists that we entrust these machines to. Now that's kind of what the Navy did, right? We had STEAM specialists for 2 generations, then we merged them. So merger comes along. I think Roosevelt would eventually say the commanders of the use of force have to understand AI. They've got, just like they got to understand the steam engines, they've got to understand this technology. They just can't have a specialist from Silicon Valley telling them, you know, which could be existential questions. Or third, do we really double down on the education strategy? And if anybody knows naval reactors, they track education, test scores, assignment. I mean, it is a human capital intensive tracking system. They rely on Westinghouse or whoever builds the reactors, really, but it's a human tracking system. So there'd be visually, do we have line officers that just command and they consult with these specialists, eventually become the chief AI officer for the Navy? Or do the admirals have to learn this stuff, right? Does it become a requirement for their promotion, right? At which point, eventually we merge this knowledge together, the commanding of the machines, the commanding of the AI. That's a lot for someone to master. Let's face it, it may be reaching just the limit where people just can't absorb all this. But I don't think it's any accident that in the 70-year history, I guess, you know, it's the 250-year anniversary of the Navy, but the Nautilus went critical in 55. So 70 years, there's been never an American civilian hurt by a naval reactor. ever. It's probably because he made the captain go through 8 years of a pipeline. I mean, it's superb human control. So what might that mean, for an officer? So, but then option 3 could require a lot of work here. Everything from the enlisted A schools and C schools. I mean, one of the proposals, I was the chair of the Second Nav's advisory board. Is this being streamed? Okay, no. I recommended, I'm probably not giving favors here, but if an ROTC unit did not have a cyber or an AI program, it'd be shut down. We can't waste our time with our officer candidates in a school that doesn't take it seriously. And there are schools that have still not built these programs. The Naval Academy, I understand, they're just head over heels trying to catch up to this thing. It's going so fast. The War College, I've been invited to give a talk in December. This is the theme. The Navy Postgraduate School, one of your schools on the West Coast, is trying to build a huge innovation center with Silicon Valley money on AI. So basically revamping the training education on this. But then maybe most radically is a naval reactors type office built around AI. So what would we do? I think again, Roosevelt would be patient for a while to build expertise down here, but eventually he would say they need to command, they need to come together at some point in the future. Much like King, King was not a classic aviator, right? He probably would fail flight school today, but he made the effort. And then doubling down on these. But there could be something more radical, okay? In the past, the young people have led innovation. That is just reality. And for the aviators, they're going to love this. You can't read this, but the 2 young aviators up there are in their early 20s. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, Spuds Ellison, the first man to fly on a carrier, and John Towers, who flies to 4 stars. But what people don't realize when you dig in the archives, at Annapolis, they used to have a test center there. One afternoon, John Tower, not with Ellison, was testing a Navy plane and his stabilizer broke. Forgive me if I get it wrong. Towers' co-pilot jumped, never survived the fall. They were at like 500 feet. Towers knew he had to cartwheel down, survived the crash, broken ribs. He was picked up in an experimental gas PT boat by Lieutenant Ernest King. The young people are like, give me these machines. Let me experiment. The first building named after a woman at the Naval Academy that I helped build. Anybody recognize that lady? Grace Hopper. If the machines take over, they'll probably build a monument to her because she built the first human machine language, right? I mean, and she put up with incredible sexism and mistreatment. I mean, it's a travesty what she put up with. Bottom left, turned out in World War II, the older submarine captains couldn't handle the stress. It's called the skipper problem. Admiral Lockwood had to retire just legions of these accomplished Annapolis grads and basically put 20-something, 30-somethings in command. And that's a guy named O'Kane there, highly decorated submarine officer. But look how young he is. I mean, and this guy interviewed personally, Jack Crawford, was the first nuclear engineer on the history of the planet. And he showed me his diploma. Rickover rushed him to get trained because they were building the reactor so fast. And his degree from MIT says nuclear physics. They couldn't even print it fast enough. Rickover said, get the course done, get your graduation and get back here. But that was the first nuclear engineer actually sat in his office as he talked about those days. But then here's the problem. And so, when I write this article for proceedings, it may make some current admirals uncomfortable, but we have no option in my mind but to adapt at speed. Because as we're seeing with the certain administration, there's no patience for tradition and going slow. Anybody recognize these 2 people on the bottom right? One is Karp, who runs Palantir, and one is Peter Thiel. These are incredibly influential people with President Trump. Palantir has just signed a major contract with Boeing to integrate their AI into Boeing's machines. Thiel has just come out with a major article in the Wall Street Journal, of all things, a little unsettling. I don't want to say the title because it's so unsettling about AI. But my fear is that if we don't adapt at speed, this may become what the Navy will face. And that is people from the outside will take command of the machines. Or in some mind-bending AGI case, And I think this would be a terrible mistake because we don't want to fight wars at machine speed, right? We want humans to negotiate. We want, like what Roosevelt did, the Russo-Japanese War, let's find a way forward. But if we're fighting wars at machine speed, it's no longer human conflict, it's a machine conflict. But I think there's a lot of stakes here. The Navy, I would argue, is probably the most technologically balanced of all the services because of ships, aircraft, submarines, reactors, networks. The Air Force is kind of focused on aviation. Now they don't have space anymore. But I really think the Navy Department has a unique role in shaping the officer of the future. So with that, we still have a little time for questions. 15 minutes. He told me to stay on time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, we do have some time for questions. We're just going to get a microphone really quickly. So I'm going to take the privilege of a chair and ask my own question. So while you were speaking, I was looking up the budget for the Department of Education. And if anyone doesn't know, you will know now, it's 120 billion. So the same amount of money that NVIDIA is investing in AI and OpenAI, but that's a drop in the ocean because Mark Zuckerberg, when he was meeting with Donald Trump only a few weeks ago, was asked how much is Meta going to spend on AI, and he said about 600 billion in the next few years. So if we were to spend, and this is my question for you, Chancellor, if we were to spend as much on human intelligence as we are spending on artificial intelligence, how would that reshape your story?
Well, you know, I've been watching, as I was sitting at the table here, my dad was a farmer in North Dakota, but bought Microsoft stock in 1987. So he's a very comfortable farmer. And he's the one that told me about the internet first. My father, an enlisted ET, bought me my first laptop. I have to give him credit. I mean, farmers are innovative. And we were talking the other day. He's almost 90. Incredible. And he goes, how is this possible that the human economy is struggling? Mortgages. I just bought my wife a new car. And I beat the Wall Street Journal by 2 months. I went to buy a car in CarMax. I'll just tell you what it is, a 2022 Tahoe with 43,000 miles, and they wanted $47,000. I'm like, okay. And I looked at the title, New York City. I looked underneath, there's rust everywhere. I go to the landfill to dump off some stuff from, the farm. And the guy next to me has this brand new car. And he says, I said, wow, I don't want to touch your car. He goes, I've never bought a new car in my life. He goes, new car prices are dropping like a rock. I'm like, what? Call a dealer. Brand new Tahoe, 2 miles on it, $58,000. Today, CarMax just said their profits are down 20%. The car sales are collapsing. People can't live. And my dad and I were talking. He goes, you know what, Dad? There's two economies emerging. There's a human economy, which is what we're used to having. And we're literally having a machine economy, machine intelligence, data centers, energy. I mean, literally, it's science fiction playing out, and that's partly my article in it's bifurcating, right? And that's the article for the Submarine Review. Is we have to ensure human control of these, as Stuart Russell would say, the existential use case, stabilize that, and then we've got to get back to these other things. That it has to be, humanity first. And I, my former vice chancellor's here. He and I both got, in a little bit of a tussle because. I spoke at the tribal conference about the impact of data centers on energy. I won't name the data center company because we are in an arms race to build data centers. And the data center company wrote to my board chair and said, tell Hagerott to quiet down. It's bad for business. I'm like, but it is going to affect energy prices on families. And, so if we could invest in human beings, we're investing in machines. I can't imagine what we would do, but I think we're literally seeing science fiction playing out. And it started in Wall Street, just to know how quaint it was. I was down in New York years ago and someone said, hey, remember that building up there? It was full of stockbrokers. It's all full of servers now. Well, that's weird. Now they needed to be where the cable came across from Europe for high-speed trading. Now we're building 1,000-acre buildings, basically. So thank you for the question. I think we could spend a lot more on human beings, but I think we are seeing emergence of two worlds. Well, I would argue three, potentially. The robots, the data, and then humans trying to civilize this whole thing. Other questions, please, for the naval officers. Did I get something wrong from your experience? Nuclear power school's fun now?
You talked about ethics and your last slide there. I read an article a couple of months ago, and it was talking about how AI is the controllers of these machines or whatever gave it a command to shut itself down, and it revised the command to not shut down. And so you're talking about the human element, and I'm thinking ethics. I'm an attorney, and the things that are hitting the news with lawyers are AI makes up cases, and lawyers are too lazy to check them, and they're arguing. But this is life and death. So what are your thoughts on? I mean, I hear you saying the human, but can we control this? And what about the Russias?
Yeah, and I think that's where Stuart Russell's coming is, I was asked to give a talk at the Young Grand Forks Business Associates 20-somethings, and so it really forced me to get down into the tools. And the nice thing being retired now, I'm working on my book, I'm working on the proceedings article, my second granddaughter's born in 6 weeks. Both were complicated, by the way, but they're both healthy and fine now. After a week of reading and trying it out, I have no doubt that we have got to use these tools in business, HR. They're incredible tools. And I tried out Grok, ChatGPT, Copilot, Gemini. Interestingly, Copilot lied about Grok. I asked Copilot, please list the top 5 foundational large language models. That's what they're, foundational large language models. And there's things called agentic AI of just proliferation of agents, like accounting agents, legal agents, et cetera. Think of a trained specialist. And Copilot listed Gemini, Copilot, OpenAI, Anthropic, Claude, and GROQ. GROQ, is that how you spell Grok? So I asked her, I said, is this Elon Musk company? Oh, no, this is a test case out of Indiana called Grok. Isn't GROK bigger? Oh, yes, that would probably be bigger than that. I mean, it purposely put this obscure, similar sounding. So it has an interesting bias, but I think there's no, for the business people and the students back here, you've got to use it. I'm just telling you, don't use it to defeat your mind. I've got an ethicist out of Cal Poly, and I are going back, and what he told his students were, like, some of you look very athletic. Would any of you as an athlete have a robot do your workouts in the gym? Right? I mean, guy in the orange shirt, you an athlete? The hat right there? Yeah, you look pretty athletic, right? You got a great physique. I wish I looked like that, okay? I actually used to do it. On the USS Texas, I won the pull-up and push-up contest of 400 guys. There was a time. But yeah, and his students got it, like, yeah, of course. Well, that's the same thing with your mind. So don't use it for your foundational work, but once you are in a job, I'm telling you, the thing it can do is it can be your, what we call in the Navy, red hat. Like, what am I getting wrong here? And it'll say, these are things you missed. Hey, can you research these 4 things and identify the best ideas out of these? So consider it an assistant to what you're doing. But in the end, just like the captain of a ship wouldn't turn the ship over, to some just Johns Hopkins specialist. If you're in command of your company, you've got to make those decisions. But there is no going back. But on this existential case of the military, and again, the Nobel Prize winners said here are 3 priorities: mass unemployment, nuclear weapons, and autonomous killing machines. 2 of them are in the wheelhouse of the military profession. So, other questions? Yeah. I'm just one person, so feel free to disagree. If someone says, I have a better idea, grab the mic.
So it's the first time I've heard a presentation on AI. And I'm a janitor. I mean, so this is it's a delightful conversation, but if your goal was to scare the hell out of me, you've done a pretty good job. And so I'm going to take it to the next step. You talked about Peter Thiel, Wall Street Journal. Peter Thiel wants everyone to think more about the Antichrist.
I wouldn't say what he said, but yeah, that's what he said.
Well, that's what he said. I'm quoting him.
Yeah.
Which means Peter Thiel must think this thing could go sideways pretty easily.
So what he says in the article, Peter Thiel apparently is a devout Christian. I didn't realize that. And I can just tell you, we need more philosophers, okay? Dr. Molander, please. When industrialization hit, the Pope in 1890 said, my priority is humanizing industrialization. Now, my wife's Catholic, and I have great admiration for the Catholics. The new Pope took the name Leo, and he said in his introductory speech, my challenge is humanizing AI. He needs help. He needs philosophers. We need a philosophy of the human machine. And when industrialization hit, Theodore Roosevelt was philosophizing, right? He had the, what do you call it, the square deal. He wouldn't let unions get bashed. You know, before they were literally busting the heads of starving strike workers, right? He said, no more, we're not gonna do that. So Roosevelt, we didn't get into this maybe tomorrow, but he had a theory of warfare. He had a theory of offshore. I mean, the guy was incredible, but also he had a theory of how do you build an industrial society that holds together. And he was very influential on his younger cousin, okay? I mean, Franklin Roosevelt stole a lot from Ted Roosevelt, okay? So what Peter Thiel was getting at was not that the AI itself is the Antichrist. He said massive government power with a breakthrough of superintelligence would have so much power and could confuse so many people. I mean, if you have a super AI breakthrough with quantum, all of our money is pretty much ones and zeros, okay? And I'm not giving you financial advice, but I thought this was interesting. I have a dermatologist in Bismarck who, very savvy, and he told me he bought some gold. What'd you buy some gold? Enough to pay my taxes on my land until the banking system comes back. So I was like, okay. Meaning he knows he's not going to survive on the gold, but he expects there's going to be massive disruptions with AI, quantum, digital money. He wants to be able to pay his taxes long enough until they sort it all out, you know. But I think being resilient, you know, while this time goes on, waiting for people to find the new strategies for human machine. And there is some theories, very basic. It's called universal basic income, right? You've heard that concept? It's like the idea that we would tax machines, right? Which makes sense. I mean, so anyway, that was about megalomaniacal powers. And I think he was talking about Putin. I think what he was really saying is a Christian nation that puts humans first, we need to win the AI arms race because Putin won't care. And we know the communists don't care. They're killing off the Uyghurs. So if you're going to put your money, you want to go to Western democratic democracies. I think is what he was getting at. So, yeah. Oh, good. And the young generation, please, we're counting on you to sort this all out, all right? We're going to hand this thing off to you.
Briefly, you talked about how the Navy is integrating AI into many aspects of just all of it. I was curious if you were aware if with AI, are they taking like an open source approach or closed source approach where they're having private AI, or is it going into like, I mean, you know more about open versus closed.
From what I understand, and again, I was on the Navy's advisor board until a couple months ago, and we were, some of us may get invited back, but President of Ohio State, Princeton, me and others were advising the Navy and were asked to step aside for a while. So when they reconstitute that, who knows? But what's in the public sources is the Defense Department has 4 contracts. So they're trying to let competition go. And just today, it looks like Elon Musk and President Trump are getting along because he just gave a contract to XAI for equal amount along with Gemini, Microsoft and OpenAI, and now Grok. Interestingly, they're not funding Anthropic or Claude because Anthropic broke away from OpenAI because they felt they were being reckless. So Anthropic, I actually like their engine called Claude. I think it's the most balanced, and they are very concerned about AI getting out of control, and they believed Altman was losing control, and that's partly why the founders broke away and built their company. And interestingly, they've encouraged a slowdown on the spending, so I think they're not being invited, into this contract. So right now, the Defense Department is experimenting with 4 of them. I've been asked to advise an Army contract on decision-making using a thing called Scale AI. They're another up-and-coming company. And the idea is making the foundational model power an agent that is trained on specific data. So God forbid if we do this in the nuclear power, it'd be like, here is the Gemini model, and now we will feed into They're called retrieval augmented generation or cache augmented generation. It's basically going to a special database. Retrieval is just massive data, like read every RPM in the Navy. A cache would be human curated, like, okay, tell us about overheating reactors and then give predictions. So it's a wide open field. I encourage you to, what are the acronym I gave for young people, quite frankly, because, being a military guy, Nuke, you got to have an acronym. And for us older people, that's HTML. Remember what HTML was, right? Build on your humanity. That's the H, okay? People want other human beings to be in their lives, right? There's a thing called the uncanny valley where humans react to fake machines, right? It's very well documented. You should Google this, the uncanny valley. If you have a toy that looks like a machine, no big deal. You have something that's perfectly human, okay, but it's that weird place in the middle where humans can tell this is not true. So genuine humanity. The T is trust. There's a crisis of trust, right? I mean, the thing lied to me about Grok, right? Just a little spelling error, right? Humans don't get to be an 18, 19, 20-year-old in college and a business if they're pathological liars, right? They will be found out, right? And people generally presume trust, human trust, because you've been socialized. The M for you athletes is muscle, okay? I mean, there's a thing called Moravec's paradox. Way back in the 50s and 60s, the AI scientists said, the AI is just going to wipe out all the blue-collar workers. And a guy named Moravec said, I don't think so. I think blue-collar workforce is going to stabilize, and it's going to go after the knowledge workers. They all thought he was nuts at the time, right? But think about how easy it is to automate an accounting software versus a plumber who can plumb a house, right? And then L is locality, your locality. That people want to trust people that they can actually drive to, see. I think this is important for churches and communities of faith. Like, is there a place, there's an actual church with a real pastor and a board that I could go see? Because let's face it, the fakes are incredible. You may think you're joining a church and it doesn't even exist, right? In fact, sir, didn't you just tell me the story about the Billy Graham thing? Yeah, we go to church together. Tell him that story. Do you mind telling the story? I mean, this is a profound story. He's looking for someone who inspired him as a young man. He finds something on the web, taking notes. Go ahead, tell him the story what AI did.
I'm a 70-year-old guy, and I poke around on the internet, and there's a story that comes up on a podcast that Billy Graham has advice for guys over 60. And I'm going, well, maybe Billy Graham will tell me something that I should know that will help me live a better life. So I listen to it. Go, sounds like Billy Graham. It's good advice. And I'm thinking I'm listening to Billy Graham. And the next day, another message comes up for.
And it sounds like Billy Graham, right?
Yeah, sounds exactly like Billy Graham. It's advice for guys over 60 on how to be a better person. It's Billy Graham, and I'm listening to it. The third day it came up, I'm going, sounds like Billy Graham. I think it's Billy Graham, but he's using idioms, and I know a little bit about Billy Graham's theology, and I'm going, this isn't Billy Graham's theology, or he was dead when these idioms were being used, and I go, this is not Billy Graham. And then I Googled Billy Graham facades, and totally unauthorized by the Billy Graham Association. So obviously.
AI impersonation, basically.
Impersonation, right.
Yeah. So this is why your locality, I think, matters, And we have a company, just for the people in North Dakota. North Dakota has a company called Bushel. You can believe it. They trademarked the name Bushel for trading grain. The Georgetown brothers. They saw their grandfather, the story I heard, hauling grain, and he had their check from the elevator kind of blowing in the wind, like, Grandpa, don't let it blow out the window. Well, people don't farmers, but you go drop your grain off, they give you a check, you go to the bank, you deposit it. They made an app to scan it at the elevator, deposit your money, we'll do some options trading for you, Graham. So 2 years ago, they were trading half the grain, their spring wheat harvest in America. Why? Because farmers in Kansas, Nebraska trusted some Dakota boys and not some Google engineers. I'm told Google wants to buy them and Microsoft wants to buy them. Well, it was local trust that we know who the Georgetown brothers are. So for the young people there, build on your humanity, be a trustworthy person, right? Keep those muscles going to do manual labor if you need be. and build on your locality, I think will give you some resilience. But you still got to learn this thing to be an assistant for you. You know, like plumbing. I had a friend do some plumbing work at my house. He goes, "Oh my gosh, I just ask AI all these questions, and it helps them without instead of going through these manuals and spec sheets." So, all right, I guess the time is up. So.
I also feel obliged to say, if you've been affected by any of the comments this evening, please go consult your nearest AI for the, you know, the mental health necessary to treat whatever's, yeah. Okay, so just to quickly say that, again, so pleased that you've all come out. Tomorrow, we will reconvene here in the morning, and please consult your programs. We have a stellar lineup of panels tomorrow, including the COs of the USSTR, as well as the spouses, many of the spouses of those COs, and others as well. So please, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Good night.